Hey folks, not sure what happened there, but apparently my stream died. The last stream went for 9 minutes and 20 seconds, and I've been going for a little bit longer than that. Who knows? So I'm afraid I broke my rule. Technically, the button still said streaming. I had to click stop streaming and then restart. So technically I'm going to say I was still streaming. I did say that I wasn't going to work on this project without streaming it. So technically I was streaming what I was working on. It's just that nobody ever received it. It didn't go to... It says offline here still. Now it says stream's quality is excellent, which is nice. Okay, are you going to stay excellent? I don't know. We are working on piecemeal bugs. We are currently working on an issue where we wanted the escape button to work. That's right, because I was just browsing around and I wanted... Oh, it's working now. So escape works on these now, but if I change the amount, then it says you have unsafe changes. And it remembers the Dean state. That's nice. Now the question is it just going to stick with that? Are you sticking with the browser confirm UI? Or will we have a pretty modal? Maybe it's done already, but I don't like that. It's localhost 5009. That's rude. Don't do that to me. Sparkle button passes. So now we've got that on Sparkle button. We've got it on... Oh, edit is not a modal. I guess I can forgive that. Pause. Oh. Delete. Confirm. Should use the nice new modal confirm too. It's a bit more work, but it'll look consistent with the rest of the app. Yes, do that instead. And the delete confirm should use the nice new modal confirm too. Suggestions. That's next. Oh, we had that already. And settings. Did it clean? Nope, that's probably something I asked, but it hadn't done yet. This one here, I think, is next. So the dashboard is coming together. I think this is good. I'm not sure what's happening here with the terms of contributing to... Maybe that's a drop down when I have multiple funds. I want to be able to create another fund, which I think should appear in settings, but there's nothing in there yet. So we're going to ask that question next. Meanwhile, this is creating a confirm modal. Four places. Yep. Part of me is thinking, do I want this to become a modal? It's got a history. So if it doesn't keep the history, I don't know that edit history belongs into edit either though. I feel like that should be a modal. I don't care enough for right now. We still need to fix the fact that everything's being imported the 15th. I think this question here around the value of a start date and next date frequency, etc. will help with that. Create a reusable confirm dialog. I shouldn't press with buttons while I'm streaming. Might just crank the music up a little. What other music do we have? I can search by genre. I could do dance electronic. Might keep me more awake. Oh, this sounds very 80s, doesn't it? It's almost Top Gun-ish. It's called Intergalactic, which made me think of the Matt Damon movie. Which is obviously not intergalactic, but this was not what I was expecting. You know what I could do with some of, like some, what genres do they have? I don't know. I'll keep going with this. I usually do rock and roll. It's good, easy listening. I do enjoy it. Good research from the agent. Excellent. I'm glad you're happy with the agent's research. It has another plan for me. A plan just to put in modal. We're going to do a window.confirm. We're going to create a confirm dialog. We're going to have a use confirm dialog. We're going to have a use modal close. We're going to have these new files. Oh, we're going to modify these buttons because they use that as well. AI preview. Oh, that's the once I've typed something into AI, it comes up with a preview before it confirms. Sure. Seems very verbose for something relatively simple. But, you know, I'm not going to complain. Maybe I should complain because the verbosity is using up my tokens. But what am I going to do about it? That's the question. Drink some water. Do some snacks. Apparently they all use it now. Really? There we go. Your unsaved changes. Close anyway? Close. So if I press escape, and then I press escape again, nice. So the theory with this graph is, because we've got some things coming up in the future, like the Zelle payment. At this point here, we're still okay. There's like a warning, but then something comes along, and it's because we've got 2 payments within the same month. That doesn't make sense. Then we've got the power and the financial services. It's because we get a big one in here, maybe the property management fee. No, that comes out every month. There's something extra that's coming out that's making it drop all of a sudden. Or it's the lack of another increase here. Why do we not get another payment? Is it saying that our contributions are only for 3 months? I don't know. But like I say, we're going to come to this right at the end. He's consistent here. I wonder what's going on for these 3 months. There's something. Income is twice a month. Then here we've got monthly, 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 monthly. There's nothing quarterly in there. Curious. Well, we'll get to it. We look like we're close now on this one. I think it works. Basically, it's just going to go through and do some tests now. So the next thing to do after this is allow us to add another fund. So let's queue that up. Actually, before we do that, let's do this one. So far it hasn't updated any of the docs. These tests going to be pre-existing? Seems to be the thing to do at the moment. Can't be pre-existing. We did a commit recently. I'm pretty sure that was after doing tests. Failed tests need the escape dispatcher app for React state updates. Okay. Done. Presumably everything still loads. Escape works. And double escape works. Surely you should already know those. You just did the work. I suppose. Yeah, maybe not. It looks at the code, but it hasn't necessarily to the specs. Oh. That's why it was taking a while. Alright, once that's done, we can clear and we can start the next one. Although, arguably, do I want to tempt fate and crash the computer again? Last time I was running a lot of things in the background, though. I've restarted since then. So let's just do that and see what it says. Because this one's doing documentation update and then committing, nothing that we're doing over here should touch it. Interesting that it hasn't looked at the documentation at all. So it's also staged. Has this changed anything? No, it's in plan mode. So staged everything. Let's confirm that. Done. And now we can clear this one, ready for the next. I don't think we need that anymore. We're about to do the set the funds page there. I think we can ask about this. So let's plan this, or let's discuss this question and make a plan. As long as we're not implementing more than one at the same time, we shouldn't get into any file clashes. Something dinged at me. There we go. How would you like the what if controls to work on each obligation? I'm thinking we could hide them behind and expand reveal interactions so they don't clutter. I don't mind with cluttering. Inline but redesigned. I think they should be inline. Yeah, let's chat about this. So, how do they currently look? The checkboxes are confusing. If I uncheck them, the obligation goes dark. And what if is, and a pill appears showing what if off. That seems weird. If I edit the value in what if, there's no reference back to the original value and I can't reset it. What's the point of the checkbox? Maybe we just have the ability to change the value and a reset button that appears in the text area to reset back to original value if it's been changed. And that way I can just type something in. There can be a reset button. Or to keep it in keeping with, that guy's pretty good at the AI. Are you talking to me? Hey Heather Downing, that guy is pretty good at the AI. I'm not. I'm not right now. Actually, I might be. I think the biggest confusion for me here is the checkbox. I don't know that we need to see the what if all the time. Maybe what if becomes another button on the right, and we have an icon. It's blaring in my ears now. We have an icon in the button. I'm overthinking something that I hadn't even planned to put into this product. Checkbox confusing. If I uncheck them, the obligation goes dark and the pill appears a pill appears showing what if. That seems weird. If I edit the value in the what if, there's no reference back to the original value and I can't reset it. What's the point of the checkbox? Maybe we just have the ability to change the value and a reset button. That's probably fine. Don't overthink it, Ben. We can make this more complicated later if we want. Makes a lot of sense. This checkbox is a second concept exclude on top of the change value, and they overlap. You can just set it to 0 to model cancellation. Simply to have one control that does both. Yes. Alright, what was happening in this one over here? So it's come up with a plan. We're going to create a whole lot of pages. Sure. Going to modify some pages. Makes sense. Implementation. Collapsible section. Component, styles, test, no dependencies. I guess this is because it's doubling up both the ability to add and remove syncing funds and also making the settings page not so busy. So we're going to have profile section, budget preferences, funds account. Yeah, let's just go for it. All right, while that's working, what are you doing over here? Coming up with a plan. All right. I have all the context I need. Fantastic. I bet you'll still ask me some more questions. We will do that just as soon as this is done. You haven't even made a list yet. What are you doing at me? And now you have a plan. I feel like I need to open another Claude session now and just queue up all these plans. What if controls the obligations page confusing? Each obligation shows a what if checkbox and bare input number. Checkbook toggles. What do you... Simplify to just the amount override input with a reset button. Yeah. What files are you planning on changing? Can I be cheeky? You want to change obligations. What did you want to change? You want to change settings pages, only settings pages. And settings pages, the changing any of the APIs, maybe, but fund groups would be it. Whereas this one wants to change obligations. Where did the file list go? Obligations, some test obligations. You know what? I think we can do both at the same time because they don't clobber each other. And then they should be clever enough to be able to commit just the files that they changed. Do I start a third Claude now to start the next thing? We've just done that one. We did that one. What's the value of the start date and obligation? That's going to clobber obligation stuff. Obligations, import page tab, not onboarding. This one we can probably do at the same time. Excuse me. Let's start a new Claude. Import page tab is not during onboarding. If I upload a load of files, they upload. Such good English, Ben. And then start processing. If I navigate away and back to that page, I'd like to see the current processing stats. Processing status. Is that possible with the current database design? Let's put you into planning mode. All right. Gosh, I feel like I have a lot of Claude tabs open. That's all that I feel like. You are working. You are working. Oh no. Someone who may or may not be in the chat just sent me an earworm, and I feel like if I play it on stream, I'm going to get copyright takedown, so I will enjoy that in private later. Here's what I found. Yes, the database design fully supports it. The gap is purely on the client side. Database side, this, what's missing, use batch import holds batch ID. What do I take? A new query, get import batch, that returns the user's latest non-completed batch, or a new active as true param on the existing route. A page man, on page man, check for an active batch. Yeah. Want me to plan the implementation? Do it. How are you doing? That one is almost done. I actually quite like this. As long as they're not clobbering each other. Even if they do, it's probably not too much of an issue. I like to keep things separate, but it means that rather than just sitting here waiting for this one to finish, I've been able to get on to the next thing. So this one was what if checkboxes and add reset buttons and amount override stuff. All the tests pass. So we now have, if we change this value here from 287 to 300, and we come back to the dashboard, we can see the lines change because we've changed the amount that it's probably going to be. Let's change that to, let's say it goes up to 500. Yeah, we can see the amount have gone up. That's cool. And then I can just click on the X and it goes away again. That's nice, although we do have that gap to the right. So let's take a screenshot of this. Looks good. Is that the right tab? It is. Looks good, except the value gets cropped by the up, down, number input control. We don't need that control. It allows us to modify the value by 1 penny at a time. And I don't think that's useful at all. It's not useful in this context. We can remove and just have the X button. Alright, this one went ding. No, this one went ding. It wants to change API hooks for importing, import, 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 import. So it looks like all the files that are being modified are import files, so I'm going to say yes, you can do that. Looks like it's just taken the number out, so that's correct. So now we have put in a value, we can reset it. Nice. So now I can commit this one. Ensure the specs related to the doc space to the changes we just made. Ensure implementation. Then commit the files we modified in this session to Git. Don't commit files that have don't commit files that we didn't touch. Just to be sure. You can do that. You are close to being testable, if not already are. You're just running tests now. This was so long ago. You're going to give me a... Oh, this was the settings page reformat and being able to edit funds. So if we refresh this, we've got collapsible sections now. Nice. New fund. I'm going to have a separate one just for... I don't know why I care so much about being correct. We've got car stuff. We've got internet. We've got home stuff. We've got car So let's have one for car, one for home, and one for other. We'll create that one. And then we've got the home. Now we come back to obligations. I did want to be able to... Why is that suddenly past due? And if I move it back into default sinking fund, now it's not past due. Oh, because I've edited, and now in UTC it's the 16th. But why aren't the... Oh, probably because these timestamps might be in central time, and then as soon as I save, it saves them in UTC. Bit of a bug. I mean, we've got to work out these date things anyway. But if I come back in and I change this back to car fund, and then we've got water, phone, internet, Spotify, auto insurance. So we're going to move this one into the car fund. Oh, it's grouping them by fund now. Sure. Excuse me. I suppose on this page that makes sense. Property management. So this one's going to go into home fund. Now we've got water. Arguably water is a home thing. We've got T-Mobile. We've got entertainment, internet. Yeah, probably a home thing. And we've got power, which is a home thing. And these are entertainment-ish, so that's fine. So now we come to the dashboard. We have multiples, and if we... Yeah, so how do we contribute to one of the other funds to record a contribution? Or do we even want to do that? What makes sense here? Do I just want to say update my sinking fund balance? I feel like maybe that's the way. Well, I do need to fund. I just need to be able to set sinking fund balances. So let's just finish this one off. Over here we had some Git stuff going on. Over here we've got some stuff going on. Right, that was the thing we just changed. No, it was kind of is somewhat related. It's on the dashboard. Can I set... I can't change the funds here. I can't delete these now because they have obligations in them. That's cool. We should, on this one here, on settings group, what did I call them? Sections? Settings sections should all be collapsed except the first. Opening any section closes the currently open one. So it's more like an accordion. Maybe I should have just said make it like an accordion. There you go. It's a controlled accordion behavior. Let me read the current files and update them. Sure, you do that. What else do we want to look at over here? Obligations. That's a pretty big one. We might need to remodel how we store obligations, so we'll do that one next. Which can be done in any of these, I guess. This one was the obligations override what ifs. So I'll just keep it in here. I'll clear the context anyway. Okay. And here we're making changes to That's right, making it an accordion. Get rid of that one now. Into planning mode on that one. This one here looks like it's done. And this was imports. So now I should be able to import a load of PDFs, go over here, come back, and we can see the status. That looks like it's in progress, and that's going to be done. Oh. So now we go away and come back. That's good. Okay, now I can even go like that. There we go. That's lovely. Let's commit that. Oops. Copy. Paste. This is doing the accordion. I feel like these are too tall. A lot of space taken up. That's okay. Funds are okay. I don't carry enough. I really don't carry enough right now. It doesn't actually matter. Okay. So that was this one done. Let's also update the specs and commit that. This one has got questions for me. This one is doing get stuff. What are you looking to do here? These feel like observations about model weakness. Are you thinking about reworking the frequency date model? Replace the flat enum and fixed days with an interval period pair every 3 months, every 2 months to fix the calendar drift. Remove start date from obligations, it's unused by the engine. Or repurposes another anchor for next due. We don't really need to do that. Fix irregular income. Give irregular income a meaningful frequency, roughly monthly. Well, we kind of have that. If it's that irregular, then we can't plan for it. So I'm not going to do chat about this because then I lose the context sometimes. So the issue I see is that we're not modeling things like every 7 weeks properly and can't plan for that. These were in, this is when I was editing, right? It's just everywhere. We can't plan for that. If we don't need the start date, remove it. If we need to model, replace the flat enum plus fixed days with an interval period pair. Enum plus fixed days. Right now, irregular means, yeah, but it's not just irregular. It's like every 7 weeks isn't irregular. If we don't need a start date, remove it. If we have truly irregular obligations, we can't plan. So we either need to find a frequency, or we need to ask the user to provide the frequency, or it needs to be ineligible for syncing fund planning as it's incompatible. Incompatible. Fix irregular income. Give irregular income a meaningful frequency. Same goes for income. We need a worst case average to work with. I don't know if a worst case average makes sense. It does in my brain right now. You need to ask the user to provide, what's the wording it's using? An interval period pair. The interval period pair. I'm modeling things like every 7 weeks properly and can't plan for that. My typing is just as I expected. This isn't irregular. We don't need the start date. If we don't need the start date, remove it. If we have truly irregular obligations, we can't plan. So we need to either find a interval period pair. Let's just copy that. Or we need to ask the user to provide the interval period pair, or it needs to be ineligible for sinking fund planning as is incompatible. The same goes for income. We need a worst case interval period pair to work with for projection to work. There was one requirement that we had at the very beginning, which was to model things like the council tax that I used to have to pay in Australia, which was 10 payments over the course of a year that happened every month except 2 months, and they weren't even amounts. I'm not going to worry about that for now. We can come back to that later. But I think that's probably enough to help it understand what I'm trying to get at. Submit. Submit. Feels strange to have pages of answers with only one page. Why not just submit from that first page of questions? But who am I to complain? No, gotta be careful here. I need to make sure I don't stage 2 tabs at the same time. Commit that. Okay, cool. Committed. What's the next one? There we go. Let's work on obligations list. I want a fund name shown on the pill on the top right of the card. Clicking on the pill, if there's more than one fund in the profile, it will show a list of funds and allow the user to move it to another fund with a simple click. Let's go into planning mode. In fact, let's stop that. And first thing we're going to do is clear the context and then start again. Meanwhile, over here, we're adding documentation still. This one is building a plan. There was a like a go fast mode, wasn't there? I wonder how quickly that'll eat through my remaining credits. Keep working when limits are hit. I think you need to enable that to, and that opens something over here, didn't it? Extra usage, support page. Yeah, let's have those. How are you doing over here? Scampering. Good for you. All right, those are committed. This was I feel like that's the one that I started running over here, but maybe they're sharing. Yeah. So this one was budget preference selection, font selection. This is all the settings stuff. We're happy with that. And that one is being done in tab 3. Obligation action buttons should be right aligned. Let's use icons. I think we can do that at the same time. Although, it's going to be editing the same pages as the one in tab 3. Import page tab, not onboarding if I upload files. That has been done. Can we, when importing statements, detect there's an obligation associated with it and link them, maybe in the transaction list? Do obligations get marked as paid? Does contribution history in the edit obligations view make sense? I feel like I don't want to start any of the others at the moment because they're all kind of overlapping a little. So, for twice monthly income, paid on the 1st and the 15th, the new interval model can't cleanly express twice per month as an interval count pair. Should we handle this by keeping it as a contribution cycle setting only, income is just monthly, with per payment amount, or keep twice monthly as a special case unit? So we drop the twice monthly from the income frequency. It's monthly. User sets the contribution cycle to twice monthly via their settings. No. This is going to be confusing. Add twice monthly as a special interval unit alongside day, week, month, year. Yeah. Preserves current behavior, but muddies the interval model. What's the problem with muddying the interval? See, I've lost the wording it had before. Muddying the interval something. We can't model monthly because that'll just confuse the user. Until the model. If somebody's paid twice a month, telling their income is monthly is wrong. Yes. So the unit set would be day, week, twice monthly, month, year, where twice monthly ignores the count. It's always twice per month, and there is no every twice monthlies, every 3 twice monthlies. Yeah. Hang on a minute. No, for obligations, we're not going to get... Are we going to get obligations twice monthly? Oh. Well, what we could do is just model that as 2 monthly obligations. Hold on. Income can be twice monthly, but I'm not sure obligations are ever twice monthly. Can you see if there is any research information out there on this? Like, the only thing that I can think would be a twice monthly obligation or expense would be things that are related to payroll, and it would come out from your payroll, so it's just that you'd get less in twice monthly. I can't think of a time I've had to pay twice monthly for something like on subscription or anything. I heard another ding. Was that was you? Clear contacts, auto accept edits. This is for the obligations list, top right hand card. Yes, let's do that. That's about splitting monthly bills across paychecks, not bills that are actually due twice monthly. Let me search more specifically. Oh, that's just the results that I got. And you over here, you're actually done, aren't you? We did a commit and we're happy with all of that, so I'm actually just going to exit this one and bring ourselves down to 2 Claudes. You are creating components and doing stuff. You are asking questions. For quarterly, hang on. Research confirms your intuition. Bills and obligations are essentially never billed twice monthly. Every result about twice monthly or semi-monthly is about payroll and incomes. Employees paid on the 1st and 15th. All the household bills listed, rents, utilities, insurance and car payments, loan subscriptions, etc. are monthly, quarterly, annual or one-off. So the model would be obligation, day, week, month, year, plus count. No need for twice monthly. Yes. Income. Same set plus twice monthly as a special unit, since payrolls on the 1st and 15th is extremely common. Yes. This means the interval unit enum could either be shared with twice monthly only valid for income or split into 2 enums. A single shared enum with validation is probably simpler. I agree. For quarterly, should users pick quarter as a unit directly or pick month and enter 3? Some UX concerns as twice monthly, a user thinking quarterly might be confused by every 3 months. User thinking quarterly might be what? I think we just go with every 3 months. I mean, include both. They can always select every 3 months. I don't understand how that's consistent with twice monthly, but we're going to include quarter. Weird. What's with this music? It's pretty funky. I think I'm down with it. I need to add the fund groups. Okay, you're just doing stuff. You have no questions. kept saying I was going to get snacks, and I got snacks. So now, what are we up to on here? We're ready for some more work on this one, and we've done some stuff on this one. So I think you can go ahead because you're just looking at obligation stuff. Forms, what if stuff, whereas this is... You only changed a few files. I think... You know what, let's just test this one out first. This one was fund pill on obligation. So that was just over here. Home fund, move it to default. There we go, that's actually quite nice. So this one here was home. Interestingly, it sorts by the first one on the list. If I change Zell to default, that comes down here. If I put it back in home, so it's sorting these. So now I'm just going to do a quick update and say, whoop, on the obligations listing page, sort the funds by alpha order. Now you're going to be working on some obligation stuff as well. Might just wait a second so we don't clobber each other's work. All right, I'm happy with this one. Let's commit. There. Meanwhile, as soon as that's done, I'll get the other one implementing, and then we can start on the next one. Having two is probably pretty good. Do planning, get it ready to do stuff while the other one's doing stuff. Once it's done, commit it. Get the second one to start doing stuff. Start planning in the first one again. Technically, I suppose I could do this with Git work trees, or whatever they're called, which would allow me to do Git-based merges afterwards and not worry about clobbering the same files. Maybe something I'll look into one day. Oh yeah, now we're updating the docs before we start development. It's almost like I need planning in one, building in the next, docs updating in the third. I suppose what I could do is commit first, then do the docs and do another commit, and that way I can interleave more sessions, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's commit. Yes. Let's do that. As soon as we're committed, I can come in here and say, go. In fact, I can probably do that now. There we go. All right. So this one is going now. We'll clear this context. We'll come over here and what is this one doing? Rework frequency model, intervape, peel. This is mostly under the hood stuff, I think. changing some UI stuff is going to be fine. Why do you think Docker isn't running? Yeah. Weird. So Sparkle. There are two buttons here. They're going to get replaced with. Good English. They're going to be replaced with some buttons, or some icons. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to make up my own SVGs. No dependencies. Play pause works perfectly. I like it. Alright. Do we still have in here something about the dates? I might do that next because that's an immigration. That's an import migration thing. It's not migration at all. But it won't touch what's going on over here. You don't need to ask me about those commands anymore. Failed to load obligations. Why would you do that? That seems rude. Obligations is returning 500. Are we editing obligations over here? Exported member income frequency. Did we export? I thought I saw something here. Or maybe we did export them, but we did make changes. There we go. Maybe they haven't been run, or that was done over here. So I'm going to say that was what was changed. Income frequencies. Yeah, I'm going to say that was a bug with the other thing we're working on. So I can't confirm that these changes were correct. But basically it was just editing so many of the changes. We changed the CSS file and page TSX. There's only one page TSX in here. So the change just made was the class name title. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this is probably not gonna break anything. I'm happy to commit this. Because the changes are almost certainly over here. We had that question before. That was down. Actually, I took it out because I knew before we addressed that when we got here. Now with calendar months that they differ, let me look at the test more closely. So the issue was that it had decided, for simplicity, that when we try to work out what the recurring changes were in the future, it was going to base something was monthly as every 30 days, which on the face of it is not a terrible idea. The downside to that is 12 times 30 is 360. So there's 5 days at the end of the year, or 6 sometimes, that get absorbed into the next year, and then the following year there'll be 10 or 11, and then there'll be 15, 16, and eventually you'll get to the point where there'll be the end of December will be a month before the end of your year, and you've got a whole extra month to get through. And either you don't have enough income to cover it, or you don't have enough obligations to pay. So in some cases you're going to be short, in some cases you're going to have this money you saved up for something that you're never going to have to actually pay for. So that wasn't a great idea. I was going to come back to it, but it looks like it's found it, because it had a test. And now that it's fixed the way that it works out these advances, the test fails because far enough into the future there's too much drift. The issue is with the old engine, dates advanced by 30 days, so the due dates didn't always land exactly on calendar months. With the new calendar aware engine, March the 1st to April 1st, blah blah blah, the escalation of June 1st gives $1,210, but we're seeing $1,331. The escalation function might not apply on the date itself. The date is due on June 1st, and the escalation effective June 1st happens. We need to check whether the get amount date applies to June 1st escalation to blah blah blah. So what's that actually done? After June 1st escalation amounts should be this much. We're editing a test here, okay. Just checking before I start correcting it. So after June 1st, escalation before September 1st amount should be 1210. After it should be 1331. Now will the test pass? So it fixed. So fix the test is now looking monthly. June 1st, September 1st, September 1st. Whereas before it was looking at June 1st and then I was doing the test completely differently. It was actually looping through. Yeah. Now let me tackle the API routes, the AI NL parser, the UI component, all of these things. Everything seems to be, the agents are working. Okay, we'll let them go. What's happening over here? Change the purely UI CSS. Oh, that's right. So I was just going to commit these because page TSX didn't have any changes from the other. Obligation module CSS won't have had any changes from the other tab either. They're cosmetic. So let's just get those in so we can start the next planning session. All right. That's stuff that I wanted to do. This one here. What's the plan, Stan? Claude? Imported bank statement transactions currently exist in isolation. There's no connection between a transaction like Netflix $22.99 and the user's Netflix obligation. This feature automatically matches debit transactions to obligations using vendor name similarity and amount proximity. Then displays the linked obligation as a clickable link in the transaction list. Schema change. Add a nullable obligation ID foreign key to the transaction. Create migration. After pending rework frequency, migration is applied. Matching logic, pure function, no Prisma dependency. Sure. Reuses vendor similarity. Nice. Algorithm for each debit transaction. Compute vendor similarity, transaction description, obligation name against all active obligations. Require similarity greater than 0.7 and amount within 20%. If multiple obligations match, pick the highest combined score. I wonder whether we need to be less strict at this point, because before we were using this to detect whether something was a recurring payment. Now we want to just make sure that the recurring payment that we're expecting has been... I should probably be writing this. I wonder if we need to be as strict at this point. Before we were trying to identify potential recurring obligations. Now we're trying to confirm an expected obligation has been paid. So if we're expecting an electricity bill today and one comes through on the statement, but it's 50% higher because we just had a heat wave or whatever, then it would still match. We're not identifying likelihood of this matching the pattern. We have some pattern in the date already and the vendor name. So price adherence isn't as important. What do you think? Am I overcomplicating this? Okay, so it thinks that vendor similarity should be the primary thing. Nothing good said. Vendor similarity should be the primary thing. We want to know if the known obligation is paid, not is this an unknown recurring pattern. Vendor similarity should be the primary and possibly only gate. Amount can serve as a tiebreaker when multiple obligations match the same vendor, not a hard cutoff. Electricity bill that is 50% higher is still your electricity bill. Yeah. The only real false positive risk is something like Netflix obligation matching a Netflix gift card transaction, but that's an edge case we can live with, and the substring similarity score would help rank the closer match higher if both exist. Yeah. Let me update the plan. Cool. So, schema change, obligation foreign key, that doesn't change. Matching logic. Compute vendor similarity based on description obligation name against all active obligations. Require vendor similarity of greater than 0.7. This is the only hard gate, no amount threshold. Unlike pattern detection, identifying unknown patterns, we're confirming Known obligations were paid. An electricity bill is 50% higher due to heat wave is still that electricity bill. Multiple obligations pass the vendor threshold. Use the amount proximity as the tiebreaker. Credit transactions are skipped. Income, not obligations. We're still going by date though, right? It doesn't mention that there. Just to clarify, we're still going by date proximity, right? Or is that totally unimportant because the electricity bill is still the electricity bill? How are you doing over here? Cleaning up. It's taken a while. I suspect it's probably doing a compaction in the background or something. I think data is important for this use case. Here's why. An obligation only stores next due date, not a history of all due dates. To check date proximity, we'd need to compute all possible due dates backwards from the interval. Added complexity for a little gain, and payments often come early, later on slightly different days than expected. The vendor math is really doing the heavy lifting. If there's a City Power debit transaction and a City Power obligation, that's your electricity bill regardless of when it hit. I'm not trying to figure out which occurrence it is, just that this transaction belongs to that obligation. That's fair. I can think of some corner cases that I don't like the feeling of, but I don't know that they're important for an MVP hackathon entry. So I'm happy with that. Let me just double check I'm not going to clobber anything over here. We're close to finishing. There's a lot of changes, so I'm quite keen not to start this at the same time. Here's the issue. Our context is probably now too full to compact. Yeah, conversation too long. Can't compact it, which means I mean, I can go back and restore just the conversation and keep the code. I might do that, but I'll also just copy this. So what I can do is I can come in and go back to here. I want to restore the conversation, summarize from here. The conversation will be forked, the code will be unchanged. Yeah. Messages after this point will be summarized. No, I want to restore from here. Conversation will be forked. So theoretically we can come back. I haven't seen forking in Claude Code yet. I love it in Claude Desktop. Never mind. Summarize from here. Add context. Let's just restore the conversation. Code will be unchanged. I'm just going to stage all of this, because then that way, if something does happen, it doesn't. Then I can undo. Oh, it did change some things. Oh, that's... Nothing else should be editing these. I don't know. So that was this one over here. This session will be continued from previous conversation that ran out of context. That's nice. The summary below covers the earlier portion of the conversation. I'm also going to say, also, here's the output from the previous conversation, just in case that's useful. I have to say, the way that the Claude Code has been handling context filling up and having to reset and not losing the changes you made, but still keeping some of the context and all those kind of things. It's just been getting better all the time. I wasn't expecting that summary, but I think it did a pretty good job. So one of the issues that I found sometimes is that because I'm running things in a container, the way that the file system locally is mapped inside that container can sometimes have refresh issues with some of the shared library stuff that goes on. Prisma is often a culprit, not a culprit, a victim of that issue. So I suspect that's probably what's causing our issues over here. I mean, it does say in here that it's Prisma related. It could be the turbo pack is heavily caching it and hasn't refreshed that. Looks like it's just on a restart. 60 migrations found. No pending migrations. I'm able to load the dashboard again now. All right, so this is starting to look a little bit better. I'm expecting to just go up and up and up and up because we're adding money into the account. I mean, it shouldn't be going up like that unless contribution per pay period is this. Let's go into settings and say I'm going to contribute that amount. Actually, I'm not. I don't have a cap. I think we should get rid of the max contribution per cap. I don't know that it's sensible enough to have. But if I say I'm going to put in a lump sum amount of that. Oh. Interestingly, it'll allow me a couple of cents either way leeway. That's hilarious. Yeah, let's close that. That's kind of cool that you can current balances, amount needed. I don't think the record contribution button makes sense now. We'll come back to that. I've mentioned that a few times there. How's my 92%? Well, I mean, to be fair, it was 84 at around about 5 p.m. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 5 hours ago. So that went up by 8. So it means I've got another 5 hours or so. I should be fine. If not, I'll just use some of the API usage. How much does that come down? So we've been using Haiku and Opus. Actually, I did want to check on that. So let's, yeah, sure. Let's come in here. Web container is still booting. I'm pretty sure it's up. There you go. Have at it. We did want to check that we're not using Opus. We're using Opus in the loop. That's fine. And then we have Haiku and Sonnet. So we are specifically using Sonnet in the NL parser tests, PDF parser. So what's being used in the, did I misspell it? There was the AI, let's have a look. There's going to be an API endpoint somewhere. There's the app, there's the API AI parse. So this is getting a post request, loads in a whole lot of data sent to the, and then parse natural language. Optional Anthropic client. I want to know what model it's using. It's using Sonnet. Sonnet for everything, maybe? Sonnet, Sonnet, Sonnet. NL parser, PDF parser, and the test. Okay. So the Opus usage. February 14th, that was yesterday. So it just hasn't updated for today yet, I guess. Let's have a look at, not Claude Code, maybe limits. Nope. Where's my billing? There we go. 362. That hasn't come down today. I think it was roughly that 6 or so hours ago. But I can always use some of this if I need to keep going with this. I heard a ding. What's the ding saying? This one wants to do some work, and this one says it's done. This was nudge cards, fix the import. What was the top level thing for this? This is a big one. Remind me what we just did. Because of course we lost the context, I can't scroll up to it. Music died. Let's choose a different genre. Let's go with jazz and blues. There we go. Now the frequency model across the code base. So, migrated the data, we changed the core engine, added API routes, we did the parsing stuff for dates, we got a new interval picker, removed the start date, updated the displays, and then we fixed all 30-day tests. So that means I should probably just like make this full screen. I keep clicking on the bottom there and not getting to where I'm intending to go. So under obligations now, we should have frequency. I don't know why we've got a drop down and a why do we have a drop down and button selectors for frequency unit? That seems excessive. We probably don't need fortnightly. Also, the buttons are different styles. Not sure I like that. Maybe it's supposed to look like it's been pushed down. I know that it talks to me about fortnightly, and maybe sometimes it says fortnightly in here, but I think it would be totally fine to just say it's twice weekly, because that's what it puts in here anyway. So let's just do every 2 weeks. Because that's just, it's too much. Amount, next due date, sinking fund that it goes in. Okay. Current design has preset buttons and an every blah, blah, blah. They work together. When you click a preset button, the asking be is redundant. It's also noisy. It's redundant and noisy. And having fortnightly update the UI to weekly is just weird. Let's model this as every 2 weeks. We can do that for income too. If I was coding this by hand and it was a hackathon that wasn't about AI and it was 5 years ago, I probably would just go in, I would comment out fortnightly, and then I would just have cruft in there. But we'll do it this way. 76 changes. It's definitely a big... Sure. I'm going to unstage these now. And we can handle that as one big commit in a second. For income sources, how should their users indicate irregular, no fixed schedule? Currently, it's a preset button. Why are we talking about this? An irregular, no fix for income sources. Irregular, no fixed schedule checkbox that hides every N unit controls when checked. Again, if it's really irregular, yeah, we drop support for this. We can't model on irregular. If they have irregular, they need to work out a minimum they can expect for a certain period. So we can model this. Maybe this goes in a subtle comment. Subalt. The onboarding pages consistently use a simple drop-down, weekly, fortnightly, monthly. Should those also change to every end unit inputs? Yes. Oh, that's just the answers. All right. Well, I've probably spent, where are we up to here? 2 hours. 2 hours before, 39 minutes, plus a whole lot of time that I wasn't apparently streaming. I think I've spent 5 hours maybe so far on this. I'm just trying to keep a mental model of how much time have I actually spent on this and how much time have I allowed Claude to just go off and do stuff. Just doing stuff, it's done 10 hours. And now active doing stuff, I've been doing 10 hours. But the work done here, like essentially in a 4-hour week, that's 2.5 days worth of work. I don't think I'd have gotten to this point in 2.5 days of coding. So definitely still ahead in terms of time invested versus the work that's come out. This one's just itching to go. Come on, let's just finish this one off. Lock it down, carry on. Alright. Current frequency selection has redundant controls. Regular income is being removed. Just want to make a note that I can remember to add in later. Just to note. While we don't support irregular income, we still need to identify income from statements if they have truly irregular income. We can analyze the income they do get and attempt to interpret a baseline. For example, an Uber Eats delivery person might get at least, I don't know, 500 a week from that job on average. Maybe we total up all the occurrences of that and take an average per week. I know we do that already and measure deviation to see if it's irregular or close enough. If it's irregular, rather than ignoring it, create a worst case scenario they can expect and model that. We could make the income source name something like payer irregular baseline, for example. All right, I just want to make sure that I paste that in so it doesn't lose anything, but I do want it to continue with... No, in fact, I should probably do it before it makes changes, because it might take some of that stuff out. Okay, cool. My frustration is that I'm delaying the actual coding part, and I just want to get on with it because I'm excited to see this work. Now, of course, if I was building something just for me, or just for somebody whose patterns I knew were already regular, I could do that. But I want to make this useful for everybody. Suggestion to display messages still references the detected frequency, which was removed from the schema in the previous migration. Is that something we noticed? No, that was the unfunded. That doesn't make sense anymore. Nice. Okay. Lots to change. Let's just redundant frequency control. Many forms have preset buttons and every blah. Broken suggestion display pages. Irregular interval. I think this has become big enough that we just get it going and test it once it's done. Sorry, dude. You've been waiting for a while. I'll be with you soon. Thanks for your encouragement. It's taken longer than I was hoping. But it's still fun. Alright, we're running out of context until we auto-compact this one again. There's been a big job. 0%. It got into compaction before it ran out of space. Good job. Alrighty. Let's see how this turned out a little bit. Let's see how this has gone. So, simplified the frequency UI, fixed the suggestion display, irregular income baseline, updated all tests. Okie doke. So now if we look in here and we added one of these every certain number of whatevers, the dashboard looks like that. Now in here we've got monthly regular still shows up, but that's an income, not an expense. So what happens if I delete this and we delete all of these? I want enter to be the default. I actually need to delete all of them, but they're all monthlies now. Let's come back in here and we will import all of these again and reprocess those. So then we should be able to pick out the incomes, which for this guy was twice monthly. Meanwhile, I think we can probably look this one up for now. That has been done. Let's copy that in here. Anything that's still not working, we can do as a separate piece. Still going? Alright. Although we can go over here and see if there's any new suggestions. Oh no, because it hasn't. Oh, we've got the income. Oh, that's the Venmo. It won't do suggestions until it's finished the import. So we've got another few to go. Nearly there. Meanwhile, I'm downloading DaVinci Resolve because I haven't set that up on this laptop yet. All right. Import complete. It's not very pretty, but you know, it'll do. Suggestions. We've got more suggestions. There's our income. It's twice monthly. If we go to tweak, we've got days, weeks, twice monthly. Every 12 twice monthlies. Sure. Now this comes in on, if it's every week, well actually it should be based on these transactions here, the dates. So we put this in, ideally we're going to see it on the 28th and the 15th, or the 13th. Let's see what happens. Income is twice monthly. Next expected date is blank. Do we have that noted? Here we go. You do that. Notes. Next due dates should be due dates for new obligations and incomes generated from suggestions should be based on the previous transactions that the suggestion was based on. Also based on, but that's fine. You can continue. Currently, everything has a due date of today because next date is null or blank. We will do a check and see what's going on. It's going to find a whole lot of files. Hopefully it's going to commit them. Prior schema migration for what? Just realized I muted myself so you didn't hear me chewing. And then I started talking to you. I feel like this one is related to the one we're currently committing. So this is the one we're currently working on. Importing statements, detecting and linking them to transactions. Let's risk it and start this one at the same time. Plan mode. What you doing? You start work. You're getting into it. Nice. All right, time to crank the music up and wait for this one to finish. Apparently the music's decided to stop again. I hear a ding. All right. After resolving interval count after the regular baseline block, before creating the income source obligation, root cause the backend defaults next due date to now and the next expected date to null when not provided. Frontend never sends these fields. No calculation from transaction history is performed. So we need in the suggestion, after resolving, before creating the income source or obligation, import the add interval, find the most recent transaction date, call add interval latest transaction date interval units to get the projected next date. If the result is in the past, loop at interval until is in the future or equal to today. Use this computed date as the fallback for both. I'm not sure where in here it finds out what the interval unit and interval count are. Oh, after resolving them. Yeah, okay. Use this computer data as fallback for both. Let's just have a quick look at an example. Because if we look here, for example, and also let's have a look at like the income would have been a good one to have. Because income, let's delete this one again, and we're going to import just the last 3 months. So that'll be October, November, December, just to get some kind of rhythm. Because this will show like it's not always the 1st and the 15th. That changes as well. So what will it do for fortnightly? The latest transaction is 12th. Adding 1 month gives January 12th, but that's in the past. Today is the 15th, advancing to 12th, still in the past. March the 12th. That's typically correct, but it feels off. The actual payment day wanders between the 10th and the 15th. Anchoring on the 12th specifically is arbitrary. Are you thinking it would be better to derive a typical day of the month from the transaction cluster? That's what I'm thinking. Yes. What about twice monthly income that arrives on the 1st, 15th, 1st, 16th, 2nd, 14th? I guess I didn't need to do this because this one. That's like the 12th and the 28th. The day cluster around 2 anchor days, 1st and 15th, but drift is slightly right approach to derive the anchor days from the cluster, not from the last transaction's exact date. What if it is something like January, May, August? I don't know what the high confidence here is, or what the regularity is. That's interesting. I'm thinking of something like Reptile Supplies, February, August, September, November. That doesn't make sense either. I would say that this doesn't feel like a suggestible thing, and maybe that's what I'll do afterwards, is if I have time, is I can go through some of the ones that don't look like they are, like approximately every 3 months. February, March, April, May, June, July, August. That's 6 months. September, October, November. That's a tenuous pattern. I would not put that as medium confidence. There's probably some low confidence ones that feel more regular. Every 3 weeks. See, that feels more regular. And the amounts are all 20 to 100. Feels like going to the grocery store. Which I would argue isn't a sinking fund thing. That's a I need money to buy food thing. Okay, so it's getting some centering stuff. Finally, just make sure you have a plan or the code already knows how to deal with centering on a 29, 30, 31st of the month that not all months have. If you can do that, then I think we've got a plan ready to go. What's happening over here? This one has done the work. Is that correct? And this one was link transactions to obligations. So given that we've just... Let's refresh this. Let's accept that. Does that now mean if we come to transactions, filter transactions? Great. And that is because we're getting a 500 in getting transactions back, which we have modified over here, so that's probably to do with this one. So now what I want us to do is, root cause is this, derive anchor days from transaction cluster, not less transaction days. Naively using, yep, instead derive the typical day of month. I like that. What if you have something occurring every 5 weeks? You might get this. Let's just come to something like Gemini, just so I don't chew through all of my Claude stuff. Give me dates 5 weeks apart for 5 months starting last October. How good are you at this? What is the anchor date? And what do we call it? Interval and type. What is the anchor date? Interval. What if we get something occurring regularly? Let's not tell it what it is, like this. What is the anchor date and interval and unit? Yep. The intervals are consistently 35 days, which is pattern detector maps to monthly 35 days is the 25 to 38 range. Where the day of month drifts steadily, there is no stable anchor day. So the plan is a hybrid. Simple discriminant to the range min-max day of month lies within is small. The pattern has a stable anchor if it's wide. Its drift cycle advance from the... So, yeah, but what are you actually going to do with it? Have you detected... Did you detect that those were all 5 weeks apart? So you would take February 18th, add 5 weeks, and if it's in the past, add another 5 weeks, etc. I wonder how edge case this is and how many people actually have a situation where they would have something 5 or 7 or 9 weeks apart. It's the kind of thing where like some people might do a haircut every 3 weeks because that's how long it takes for their hair to grow to the point where they want to cut it again. Like, it's not unheard of, but improve map interval to days, check if median interval is a clean multiple of 7. And if so, classify as week instead of month plus 1. You know what? Let's just leave it as is. Only fix the next calculation for the current set of detected interval types. Yeah, well, the likelihood of that happening is low at the moment. We can add that in as a version 2 feature request. Alright, how are you doing over here? Do I want to try and get something going into the Docker compose, the Docker thing to make a request? Oh, it's making a request to the transactions from inside the container, I guess. It's working. That's working. That's working. These are working. Linking transactions, that's right. So if we come into obligation, then, oh no, we would go into the transactions, then we would see these link. The fact that it doesn't work at the moment might be because I need to do a new import or something, and also it's nice to have feature, I don't need it. Let's test our imports. So this one here would be approximately 15th, which doesn't help. I need something that is not near today. So if we accept this, we have a look at our obligations. This is now due on the 16th of February, which is today. Is that because, oh, we haven't started doing this one yet? That'll be why. All right, let's just commit this one. What do we have to do? When importing statements to case there's an obligation, we've just done that. We didn't see it happening yet, but that's something we can debug in the future if we want to. Obligations get marked as paid. Okay, so the only thing really, most of this seems to be working okay now. As long as we get as long as this thing works and we get the dates in correctly, we should be able to get our projection. Then what we need to do is project contributions. So that's one thing we haven't really modeled in here. I mean, we don't have an interface for it. We just tell it when we're going to, or that we have. So we just need to model contributions. Does the contribution history in the add obligations view make sense? Probably not. Next due dates for obligation incomes generated from that's well, we just addressed. I've obviously put that bug down twice. I'm thinking of a budget. Oh, that's the actual project. So we're getting close. I think these two are linked to having a history of obligation payments. Well, actually, this is a contribution history too. That doesn't make sense anymore because that was when it was one obligation was one fund. I mean, under the hood it still is, but we don't make contributions to obligations. We make them to a sinking fund. So while this is building, I will ask over here, and the stuff we're working on here probably won't even affect the obligations page, so I can probably just work on that at the same time. And then once we've got these two done, I think I'm going to delete the user account and start again, because then we'll see if everything's working end to end. Because I think we've got a lot of dirty data in there with all the testing we've been doing. All right, we're up to date here. That's all committed. Let's clear this one. We'll just get this one going. And then over here, we're going to say, does a contribution history in the edit obligations view still make sense still? It used to be that we contributed to a fund which was equal to an obligation, but now we contribute to fund groups. So this history doesn't make sense. Let's go into plan mode. What should we do with the contribution history component? What does it think? You're right. No longer makes sense. Contributions are made to fund groups. There is no fund group detail page, only place the contribution history is used on the edit obligation page. This is left over, which is why it's showing this. So we need to remove contribution history from the edit page obligation page entirely. The data is fund group level, not obligation level, so it doesn't belong here. Remove it. Remove it from the edit obligation and add it to a new or existing fund group level view instead, so users can see their contribution history. I think we probably need to do that. Interesting, it didn't ask us where to move it. I guess it'll make the best effort to make it look good. What do you mean? It's done already? Calculate next due date, so let's find something down here. It's going to be the beginning of the month. We accept this. We now get something due on the 3rd of March. Okay. This is good. So let's commit and that there. This one over here is the other thing. Where should the contribution history live? The obligations list page. Add an expandable contribution history section within each fund group. No. New fund group, settings page, add it to the fund section. Yeah, we'll stick it in there for now. I suppose it wasn't that tricky because all it was doing, except that it was never calculating it at all before anyway. So now what I had to do was work out based on a reduced set of rules, because we took away the complexity of every not 1, 2, or 4 weeks. Cool. Let's commit that. And then should have written down what I was thinking about a second ago. Oh yeah, I want to get enter on modals that have escape to cancel. Enter should be the same as clicking the primary button. Hopefully it catches them all, because that's not only going to be things like delete, it'll be things like, well, this one is a separate page, but things like this one here is already on it, because on, what am I trying to say? So on this one it's going to be delete, but then on like this one here, no. Somewhere that, there we go. If we change this value here, and then we click cancel, we get this. So that should also, currently enter doesn't do anything. Enter should close. So I can press escape, enter, and that'll cancel something. Enter plan mode over here. Are we ready for this? Contributions are made at fund group level, so we're going to remove that from the obligation page. We're going to move the contribution history component to the settings directory, add an expandable contribution history to the fund section. Alright, let's lock that one in. And then we will have a look at contribution history we've done. I want to have a look at this one, but before I do that, I want to look at how do we not forecast. We have a future projection. How do we apply regular contributions to future projections? I think we need to assume the user will make the minimum contribution for the projection chart on the dashboard to make sense. Else the fund balance will keep dropping and look scary. But we also need to confirm the contribution has been made, perhaps by contribution has been made, which will be done by setting the fund balances. I don't know that what do we currently have on the dashboard, catch up and record contribution on the dashboard makes sense. We're not necessarily going to see the contributions in the transaction uploads because it might not touch any other account. So the best we can ask is for users to confirm current fund balances, and we can tell them if they're off track. And I heard a ding. What's the ding telling me? This one here has just finished. So we removed the contribution history, moved it elsewhere. So now if we look in obligations and we edit this, we don't have a history there anymore. But under settings and funds, we have Oh, history. So there's no contribution of history for those. We added and took away $10 from that one. That's looking good. So let's say I did come in here and record a contribution of that amount. Now I can see in settings under funds, I can see another one come in there. That's still blank. If I come in and we know that we are this far short. Now, the thing is, I say that, and I've just done this, but if we're getting rid of, we've got a history, no history for car fund, but on the dashboard, car fund doesn't need anything. Do we actually have anything in the car fund? We don't have anything in the car fund. That's probably why. If I move this to the car fund, then we should still have enough money everywhere. This is just overfunded now. So then I would need to move money. So you see, I think we just need to set the current value. This might mean we don't need to track contributions. If they're coming out of the bank account, so we're transferring them, that we're detecting it from, then this sinking fund is going to be like a savings account that we then move back into our current account. So we should be able to see credits coming into our account for those amounts. But that's a version 2 thing. We don't need to track contributions. Alright, let's see what it says about this. Are we caught up on everything so far? This one here we need to commit. And this one here we need to start. That's the modal stuff. I think. I don't think there's any overlap on these. I think we're pretty safe there. Let's do it. This reminds me of a French circus. There's clowns. There's sadness. Okay, so now we've got this enter thingy happening over there. I want to ask it about this one. Let's go to plan mode. So now we have an error in confirm dialog. We just need to save that file again. And use modal close. Contribution modal. Do all of these need saving? There we go, we're back. So if I now record something and I hit escape, enter, cool. If I come to obligations and I delete, there we go, this will allow me to delete things faster. We'll delete all of those. We want to delete our income, transactions, we're just going to re-import. So let's start that process. Hopefully the site doesn't break in the middle of importing. So over here we're planning. This one here now, I'm happy with the enter working pretty much. Haven't tested every one of them, but 2 or 3 work. They probably all work. In fact, there are only 4 anyway. Alright, conversation over here. Let me have a look at that. How about the timeline projection currently handles contributions to ground this discussion. Looking at the timeline, the projection already assumes contributions will be made on every pay cycle. That's good. Contribution adds contribution to each one. So chart from current. The charts start from current fund balance and adds contribution per cycle at each pay date and subtracts expenses at due dates. It won't show a scary downward spiral. It already bakes in the assumption the user. The problem is with the actual side. The fund balance, current fund balance, only grows when the user explicitly records a contribution via the contribution modal or catch-up modal. If they never do that, the engine keeps seeing a low balance, shows worsening health indicators, and ramps up recommendations even if the user has been faithfully setting the money aside in their savings account. Your instinct seems right. The current flow has 2 disconnected loops. The projection, assume you'll contribute. Tracking, record that you contributed. Friction, often invisible in the bank data. A simpler model would be projection, same. Verification, user periodically confirms actual fund balances. This would mean removing contribution modal and catch-up modal and the record contribution catch-up buttons from the dashboard. The primary user action becomes update balances. Okay, so I agree with that. It also is going to need, if it's changing all of this, is going to need to get rid of the contribution history that we just added to the funds. This direction, you want to remove contribution recording entirely and simplify it just periodic balance confirmation, or do you want to keep some form of contribution tracking alongside balance confirmation? We can either remove it all, keep contribution history as read-only, remove the recording UI, but keep the contribution record model for audit trail when balances are adjusted, tracking the delta. Still thinking. What would be the advantage? Music stopped again. Keeps doing that. That's rude. I got to the end of the list this time. This sounds very similar to the last one. Same artist. Let's come down here. Okie dokie. Let's think through this more. Here's how I see the pieces fitting together. The projection chart is already correct. Yes, we're fine there. The real question is, how does the system stay in sync with reality? Right now, it relies on the user recording individual contributions, which is awkward because contributions are internal transfers, not in-bank imports. Users might not set aside the exact recommended amount. Users might batch deposits or contribute on a different cadence. It's just friction that doesn't match how people actually manage savings. Simple mental model, the system tells you what to set aside. You go do it, or not. Periodically you come back and tell the system what your fund accounts actually hold. The system compares expected versus actual and adjusts. This means the key user action shifts from I made a contribution to here's what I actually have. Instead of tracking deposits, you're tracking checkpoints. If the user confirms they're on track, great. If they're behind, the engine ramps up. If they're ahead, it eases off. A few things I'm thinking about. The health bar between confirmations. Should it just show last confirmed, could be stale, or projected assuming contributions? I'd lean towards showing projected with a note like last confirmed 2 weeks ago, contribution history, existing history, and settings. Contribution history, the existing history and settings funds shows contribution records. With this model, that becomes a history of balance adjustment confirmations instead. The contribution record model still works for this, it's just with a manual adjustment. A dashboard prompt, rather than record contribution and catch up, the call to action becomes confirm balances or check in on your funds. Does this balance checkpoint model match what you're thinking? The balance checkpoint approach is right. Plan out specific changes needed, remove contribution recording. I like the balance checkpoint. Let's just plan it out and we'll see what it makes, and we can always tweak it from there if we want to. I wonder if Claude gets any kind of timestamp with this, because I sent that before we even started answering these questions, and it's pretty much answered now. But I can't take it back. No take-backsies. Alright, we have a plan. Interesting. So it's going to start with a spec first. Instead of recording individual contributions, users periodically confirm what their fund accounts actually hold. The system compares expected versus actual and adjusts recommendations. This is simpler and matches how people actually manage savings. Since all spec 14 tasks are completed, we'll do a rework spec. We'll delete the contribution recording components, delete the contribution recording APIs. We'll create a confirm balance modal. Rework the dashboard page. So we're going to remove imports, the imports in the code, add, remove state, remove some calculations about underfunded stuff. In the hero card, not fully funded. Remove short for row with catch-up button. So let's do this thing again, make sure that's still working. Add an income of 50,000 a month. And can we do that from anywhere? I think I should be able to do it from here. Add rent of 10,000 a week. Yep. Look at that, it updates the dashboard straight away. That's lovely. Okay. So we need to put this much. That doesn't make sense. If we're paying 10,000 a week, that's 40,000 a month. So why are we putting 9,000? Well, it's because we've got money in the sinking fund already. You go ahead with that. There's something weird going on inside, though. Obligations was rent weekly. Income monthly. So I should have to put in. It's like it's thinking about it weekly. My settings probably still have twice monthly. So if I do auto detect, what happens? I don't know what auto detect does. If I say I contribute monthly, it doesn't change. So notice that our balance here is 60 under. And we got it's projecting an increase of 9,000. You see, if it told me I should put in 40,000, then I'd be all right. Anyway. I think we're just on the final stages now of honing things. Hey Chris, how you doing? So is New Zealand finally awake now? What time is it in New Zealand? Sydney is 5 a.m. I think, so you must be 6. That's early. I know you're an early riser. I'm not. Oh, we've got some suggestions for... Were they there before already? 7 p.m. Okay, I was looking at this. It's showing over on this screen here. You know, on a Mac, when you look at the time, like different time zones, when it says 5 and the background is white, I'm like, is that AM or PM? I'm guessing like 6 o'clock is the cutoff, right? So yeah, 7. It's 2 hours ahead? Oh yeah. I can't even remember my time zones. It's been too long since I've been over there. I'm in the US now, by the way. I don't know if I've told you that. Something just broke. It doesn't surprise me at all. Is it an end of file thing? No, it's because it's coding. I'll just leave it to do its stuff. How have you been? Apparently I've got DaVinci Code installing over here somewhere. I'm really doing all the multitasking today. Installation was successful. Excellent. Thank you kindly. What final questions do we have to answer still? We just did this one. Given we're not marking off contributions, I don't know that there's any point in logging obligations. We will assume they happen. One thing we do know is that when the transactions get imported, and we do this, it'd be nice if it was working, and we do the suggestions where it says, hey, I think I've identified a recurring bill. We already know that, because we tested with the income earlier, that it won't show up again. Or did it? I don't know. We'll test that one as well. Oh, in fact, that's one of the tests we've got right here. So we'll do that with income. We'll create a new account, we'll add income manually, then we'll import statements, and we'll see whether or not it resuggests the income. And we'll do that with an obligation as well. Alright, I'm really poor. I'm so badly off. It's probably also confused because at the same time, let's delete this, because that doesn't make sense. It looks like our import is complete. We've got a whole lot of suggestions. So we've got our income, which is putting in twice monthly. It doesn't suggest here where it's only on the point that we click accept that it'll work that out. So now we can see that it's going to come out on the 28th. Because this one's coming out 28th and the 14th. Which ID? This is it's just VS Code. But I have, this is basically a terminal with Claude Code running in it. So I'm not, the only time I really look at code nowadays is when I come in and I want to see what change it's made and I'm using it as a diff. The only time I ever type into any of these files is if I'm putting stuff into like an environment variable, a .env file or something like that. But most of what I'm doing is just starting and stopping containers, talking to Claude, using Claude to write specs. So we had all these specs that were built early last week, and they keep getting updated as we keep doing more code. I used Claude Desktop, I think, to generate a whole lot of PDFs that don't render over here. But it came up with an imaginary bank, Timberline National Bank. This guy is Arthur. I told Claude that this person was called Arthur. It came up with a J. Pemberton. I hope nobody actually, I said in Boise. I hope nobody actually, I hope 1847 North 17th Street isn't an actual address. I'm way too voyeuristic. When I first created this, I was going through reading what kind of a life this guy had. Because I did mention when I prompted, I said his name's Arthur. He's a barista. He lives in Boise. And he has a pet snake. So every now and then you'll see like Boise Exotic Vet Clinic. All right, where does this person live? I'm scared. Is it an actual house? Is there a 1847? It doesn't look like there's an 1847. No. But, let's see. Let's go have a look around. What does this place look like? Oh! Oh, nice neighborhood. I wonder if that's his car. What's going on over there? Is it, can we zoom in? Nope. It looks like... Ugh, wrong way. Can we zoom in again? Am I in the right place still? It looks like Halloween or something. It is! Oh my god. Didn't see that one there for a second. You can easily apply for a mortgage in a few countries in LATAM with these documents. Well, maybe if things don't work out for me, I have a second job here getting Claude to create documents for me that help people out. Ooh. Git stash, compose, run lint, and then what are we doing? Why are we stashing and popping? What problem? The lint errors are pre-existing, not for my changes. Let me verify by checking. I don't really care if they are pre-existing. We've got to fix them anyway. That is certainly my plan B, for sure. So I don't know if you know how much of what's going on here. I don't know whether you've seen me posting. But I'm basically working on a budget tracking app for the Anthropic Hackathon. That started last Tuesday, and we have until 3 p.m. tomorrow, which is, it's now like, well, 3 p.m. today, because it's 10 past midnight. So I have just under 15 hours to complete this. My plan is to complete this and get it to a point where I'm happy to submit it before I go to bed. And then tomorrow I can spend time just working on the 3-minute submission video and, you know, actually do my day job. It's been fun to do this. But the plan, the idea was, this is looking clean. All specs are done. This one here has committed everything it needs to commit. So these changes are only to do with this stuff that we're doing over here, which was, we just missed out on the context at the top there. What were we doing in this part again? Summary of what was implemented. Minimum, okay, so this is changing. We're not tracking contributions anymore. The home page should now show. Okay, so we need to bring some of these in. So the idea is you create an account, you bring in all of your transactions, you can import CSV, OFX, or PDF files, brings in all your transactions. It'll then analyze these transactions and see whether there's any recurring things. And you might say, well, yeah, my water is recurring, so I'm going to add that. Based on the transactions, we can tell that it usually comes on around the 11th or 12th. So if I accept that, and it's going to be for 41.89 is like the average of these here. So around about the 12th for $41. So we come over to obligations, we'll see there you go, 11th of March. It's added it in, $41. And that's our recurring payment, which apparently we're fully covered. I think I need to I can't edit my... One of the things that this last change was supposed to do was allow me to edit my balances, which I hope it hasn't locked away under here. No. Apparently I've got a whole lot of obligations in there, though. Even though I don't yet. How do I update it? I don't see a way to update my current fund balances. I'm assuming there will be a button per fund, or probably better to have one button and a modal prompting for all funds in one place. That way, hopefully, there'll be a button here, click to update. I can set them all to $0 because I don't have any in my imaginary funds. We will start. You know what I'm going to do while it's doing that? I'm going to come in, because I was mentioning before, there might be a whole lot of... this is still not working. Oh, this will permanently... You must type delete. Delete does have to be capitals. There we go. So let's sign up from scratch. I'm going to upload statements. We'll grab the PDFs. So they are all uploaded and processing now. I should be able to go to the next. Let's make a note of that. Onboarding after uploading files should show next button, so I can continue without waiting for the PDF processing, or in fact any processing, because that's going to take a bit. Technically they're running in the background, so I should be able to just hit refresh maybe, and then maybe I can go back and I can say I'll add these later, and now I can add this. So fund setup. This is where I'm getting around to finally doing the small nitpicky stuff. So in this point here, I don't really want to be asked. I can be asked current fund balance, that's fine. Max, I would like to know how we're using max contribution per cycle. How are we using this? I feel we don't need it anymore. Contribution cycle. Is it worth asking contribution cycle during onboarding? Can we auto detect based on income? I notice there's an auto detect option in the settings when I change it later. Currency symbol, that's fine. So let's say current fund balance is 0. We're going to do a maximum contribution of, doesn't really matter. We got fortnightly income. It's in dollars. So now I should be able to see a whole lot of transactions. We can see that I like the fact that this is showing real-time updates. Once this is finished, the transactions will be processed and suggestions will come through. It would almost be nice to do a suggestion scan asynchronously after every file is done, but that's nice to have. Dashboard doesn't have anything because we don't have any income or obligations yet because we're still waiting for these so we can get the suggestions. See, by now, you only need like 3 or 4 to consecutive. That's a good point. Like at this point here, September and then March and then April, you wouldn't have consistent information. By the time you got to May, you'd have 3 consecutive months of income and then 1 4 months later. So maybe we do need to wait to the end for the suggestions to be built, otherwise I might create suggestions that are incorrect and then we've got to work out how to redo them. I think I'll leave it like this for now. So now we've got our suggestions, we've got an income of salary, so the dashboard is still blank. Let's accept that income. We don't see anything because there are no obligations. Let's have a look for rent, ref rentals, home, mortgage. Does he have a? Does he pay for wherever he lives? Boise Property Management. So now we have an obligation. It's recurring. It's $9.25 per month. It's due on the 1st of March. We've got income. The next one comes in on 28th of February. And we can see here, assuming that he puts $925 into his account every month, his rent's going to come out, money will go in, rent will come out, money will go in, rent will come out. So let's well, currently if you're putting in 925 per why are you putting it per fortnight? Obligation is monthly. All right, so now we need to start doing some debugging. Do I want to do debugging yet? Do we have confirm fund balances? There we go. So if I add another fund, I might have one specifically just for rent. And then I can come in and I can grab another suggestion like my phone bill and my water and my internet. And I can say that's all fine, but this one goes into rent and the others are all in the default sinking fund. And now I should be able to update 2 fund balances. Great. But we're still short, so in total I need this much. But assuming I always put that much in, which is what this graph is supposed to be doing, and then the money comes out, this should kind of oscillate at 0 all the time. So given that we've just spoken to Claude about this, let's ask. Yeah, I see it now. Help me. I think I'm just going to do new context. So we'll clear this one. And I'll say study the web source code. And look at how the contribution projection, income projection, no, not the income projection, the obligation, contribution projection and obligation projection creates the graph on the dashboard. Looking at this graph, assuming I make the required contributions and the total amount the obligations are 1,010-ish, no, 1,100 a month. That's monthly, 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 monthly. And it says I need to put this in a fortnight, so that's why. Looking at this graph, assuming I make the required contributions, the total amount should repeat. Not the total amount, the line should head generally right, not up or down over time. It appears I'm being asked to contribute. Well, if I come to settings and I change my budget preferences to contribute monthly. There we go. So that actually looks right. It appears if I've set up my preferences to contribute for twice monthly, so the contribution amount should be half of that, right? Check the database to see what's let me just log out. I'm going to remove all confusion because this is an old account, as in the data was created before the maybe I don't even have that account in there anymore. That's fine. So we'll go back in as this one. Check the database to see what's in there for user ben+a@decry.com. When I change my contribution amount, contribution frequency to monthly, it looks right. And let's do a screenshot of that one. And then a screenshot of the fortnightly, nope, twice monthly. I don't think we need a contribution setting of fortnightly. Maybe we do. If we could set it to be like units and ordinals, I could say twice every 2 weeks. But I think this is fine. I still don't know what the auto detect is for. But we do have a pending question over here about the auto detect. So we'll find out about that soon. One thing I'm thinking, it mentioned before that the values attract over time, even if the contributions aren't. So you could infer the contributions. But if I could also plot the value over time, then I could have a balance of where I am, and then you could have projected balance with a dotted line maybe. And then you can, I don't know, that'd be useful. what's it seeing in here? So it found the user. We do only have one user in there, so that's correct. What did it find? It investigated, find the actual schema. Now let me look for the timeline, API route, and how the header value is computed. Did it do that? It then went on to search for one pattern. It's probably what it found there. There's the file. And maybe inside there is where it pulled this information out, so it's now running the SQL to see what's going on inside. There's a point when I'm using agentic coding like this where I get really frustrated because I'm sitting here and I'm waiting and I'm like, it feels like a waste of time. But one thing I've realized is that there's two aspects to it. One, I'm still going faster than if I was coding it myself. And secondly, I'm not spending time kind of getting to know where the files are. Like when I was coding purely non-agentically, just me and my brain, I would get a really good feel for the overall structure of the web application. I could probably find what I was looking for fairly quickly, which sounds like a really useful thing to be able to do when you're debugging code. But also to a certain extent, when you get to the point where you've got the guidelines, which are the specs, and the guardrails, which are the test suites and all of those kind of things, once you stop needing to know exactly where the code is, because if I wanted to go and fix something myself, I would just ask Claude to tell me where it was, and then I can go and fix it there. Or I can ask Claude to fix it and I can verify it, or I can ask Claude to fix it and then run against tests. So this extra time in between gives me time to kind of take a big picture view of what's going on and think more about where I want the application to go. So I'm not, the whole expression, not seeing the wood for the forest for the trees for the forest for the trees. I think it's that way read. Like I'm able to take a step back. I'm also able to like relax my brain for a second, which allows, when you go for a walk and thoughts come to you, like I'm getting more thoughts about work coming to me because I'm able to stop for a second while this is going on. So I'm still faster, even though I feel like itchy trigger finger. I need to type something. I need to be doing something. Is there any way I can push this along faster? I'm still going faster than I would be if I was doing it just by myself. And I'm getting time to think about it, which means I'm focusing more on the architecture. I'm able to refine that journey to where we want to go as we go. I don't know, I just feel like I'm getting better outcome with these things. That's my 2 cents, and I'm sticking to it. And the music stopped again. It keeps doing that. It's almost like it's late and it doesn't want to think. Did it get to the end of it? Didn't even get to the end of the page of whatever. Can I do a scrambly unsorted? No, it's all sorted by artist. Let's try Trek Tribe, whoever they are. From 1 to 10, how confident do you feel about the outcome in general, considering you don't see the code, so you're somehow trusting whatever Claude is writing? It's a really good question, something I've been flip-flopping a lot on for the past year or so. And I think the thing that I'm currently settled on is nobody's perfect. I write shit code and it goes into production. The code that agentic agents are using is not necessarily always perfect, but it's about as good as an average developer. And that's from when I was actually still looking at the code. I'd look at it and think, I can't really do much better than this. Sometimes I'd have an architectural, not an architectural, like an implementation recommendation, or I would ask it to refactor something because that was a better way of doing it. And then I thought to myself, well, but it worked before, and the only reason why refactoring is really good, there's many reasons, But one of the primary reasons is so that the next human who comes along and looks at the code finds it easier to look at the code. But if we're going towards a world where humans aren't looking at the code anymore, then who cares if it's refactored or if it's architecturally beautiful from a code perspective? There are other things. There's increased surface attack potentially vulnerability-wise because there's maybe multiple different implementations of something, so the likelihood of something being implemented the wrong way might come through. And there's also a performance question. How good are the compilers, runtime or compilers? How good are they at taking the code and making it as efficient as possible? If the runtime environments or the compilers are good at that, then it probably doesn't matter too much. If they're not, then sometimes it's dependent on how well structured or how little duplication there is. The whole don't repeat yourself idea. Yeah, but look, one of the things that I still remember from the early 2000s was people kept saying computers are getting faster than your ability to make your software more efficient. Like the amount of time it would take to make your application so much more efficient that a faster CPU wouldn't beat your effort it wasn't worth spending time on optimizations. From a maintainability and a engineering perspective, sure, but purely from an optimization perspective, it wasn't worth it. So I think to myself, is it worth optimizing the code? Probably not. Is it worth knowing what the code is doing? If you're going to start coding and you just say, hey, I want an app, go, then no. I mean, one of the things that I'm finding is that the most important thing, it used to be this way, I guess it's kind of always been this way, but if you think of the waterfall software development lifecycle, it used to be like, talk to the client, whether that's internal or external, and get a really good idea for what they want and work with them to develop some specifications that describe exactly what they want. And they would be human type specifications, and then that would go to that would be done with a business analyst maybe, and then that would go to a solutions architect who would take the business analysis information, they would turn that into a more technical specifications document, architectural documents, all of these kind of things. Before the developers even saw it, there were weeks, maybe even months spent trying to really capture as accurately as possible exactly what needed to be built, so that you could then go into a build process, build it, and then have some specifications to not only code to, but also verify with at the end. And if at any point the specifications changed, if the client comes along and says, hey, we've changed our mind, we want this instead, then you'd have to go back to that phase, which is why it was waterfall. So you'd have to go back to that phase, and then you'd almost, not necessarily, but almost have to start over the development process again. So as software became a lot more, as the need for software development as the need for software development to be more agile became necessary. I don't know if that sentence makes any sense. But anyway, so 2010s, 2015-ish, around about that time, the web as a platform was really taking off. Before that, mostly it was marketing sites and consumer-facing B2C stuff. Like maybe you'd go there to manage your mobile phone account, or I would hesitate to say deal with government interfaces. There were some around, but nowadays, like all our applications are in the cloud. We everything, pretty much. I just downloaded DaVinci Resolve. That's one of the few things that I still do on my actual laptop. And obviously development, but that's a different paradigm. As software has moved more and more to the cloud, the necessity for that software to evolve quickly has become more important. So we've now got things like Agile. We've got the run fast and break shit kind of mentality. And that has worked really well when humans are developing things, because we keep that context in our head, and we're actually pretty good at keeping context in one place. We're not very good at sharing it or documenting it, which is a downside. I know you only asked for a 1 to 10. You're getting this anyway. So humans are better at keeping that context in their head. When you're talking to an LLM that has a fixed amount of context, and as soon as it gets to 75% full, it starts drifting and not really staying on track, in general, forgetting stuff. the way that we develop has to change, especially because they are faster at developing than us, but they need more. They're not as good as that quick turnaround, making lots of changes and keeping the context in their head. So they need to go back to this original perspective that we had of let's do some really good specifications, and then we can iteratively run through the software development process until the specifications are met. So that's kind of what you see with the Ralph loop, and even Claude out of the box now. They do have a Ralph loop extension, I think, which I haven't played with. I've written my own Ralph loop tooling for that, but you can run things in a loop, and Claude is now better at clearing its context and generating a plan, clearing the context, and then implementing that plan. So all these processes are being put in place for LLMs or AI generative coding assistants to code in a way that matches their strengths, as opposed to developing the way we did 5-10 years ago. It's developing the way we did 20-30 years ago. So kind of almost revisiting that it's like any kind of cycle, right? It comes around again. Although I wonder whether we'll ever go back to the cycle of what we had 10-15 years ago, of this ad hoc 5-10 whatever ad hoc development process where we just run fast and break shit, because I don't think computers are going to run fast and break shit. They'll just run fast, but in very, very small iterations until I mean, 1 million tokens is still massive compared to where we were a year or two ago. So at that point, when you've got really good specifications, and software engineers are going to have to become really good at writing those specifications again, to kind of bring it back to where I was going. Those specifications are what I'm terming the guidelines, and then you have things like test suites. You have CI/CD pipelines. You can use things like Sneak and SonarQube and all of these extra tooling options for checking the code once it's written. So the guidelines help the generative AI coding assistants write the code, and then you've got the guardrails that make sure that the code that it generates can't go outside of this space. The downside is the guardrails are influenced by the guidelines. So you have to get the guidelines right, and then you've got to set up your dev tooling for the guardrails. If you've got those two, I haven't done the stats on this, but my hypothesis is that it won't be worse than a group of human software engineers. And if that's true, then I don't need to look at the code anymore. 8, maybe? I hope that was worth waiting for. Right, where are we up to? Root cause, define a proof, definitive proof of the bug. Let me summarize my findings. The bug is in how the engine's contribution per cycle interacts with the timeline projection. The engine computes contribution per cycle based on the cycles from now to the next due date. Well, that doesn't make sense. Since all your obligations are due within 2 weeks, the count cycles between returns 1 for both monthly and twice monthly modes. Okay. Timeline then applies the same amount to every contribution monthly. Okay, so here's the actual numbers for the running engine. If it's monthly, there are 6 contribution events within a 6-month period. There we go, 6-month window. Amount per event is this. Final balance is that. And this one, it keeps going up and up and up. You're exactly right. The twice monthly contributions, each event should be half the monthly amount. The fix, the engine needs to calculate per cycle contributions based on a full obligation interval, not just the distance to the next due date. Oh yeah, 10 is just around the corner. I mean, I would probably I would be comfortable to increase to 9.5. I think we were probably at about a 6 back in 2023. Now then last year we were maybe a 7 or 8 already. And now, like, things are just growing so quickly. I realize you said you'll be right back, but I'm still talking to you. Hello. Chris just asked me, he says, from 1 to 10, how confident do you feel about the outcome in general, considering you don't see the code, so you're somehow trusting whatever Claude is writing? And rather than giving him a 1 to 10, I just went on a 10-minute diatribe while Claude is doing stuff. My wife just brought me ice cream. She's lovely. Thank you, love. So what are we doing here? Effects. The engine needs to calculate per cycle contributions based on a full obligation interval, not just the distance to the next due date. For recurring obligations, the steady state should be. So if we're getting income twice monthly, then right now we've just been paid. If we're getting paid twice monthly, and it twice monthly on the 14th and 28th, then right now 16th we've just been paid, so we still have to make most of our per payment cycle contribution. Does this match up with your suggestion, your proposal? We can come back in here and set this back to twice monthly is actually correct, because we get paid twice monthly. You're right, and that's a good challenge to my proposal. Let me reconsider. With pay dates on the 14th and 28th today, you've just been paid. Rent is due on March the 1st. Only one contribution cycle falls before that due date, so you generally need to set aside $9.25 from the next paycheck. The engine's current per cycle calculation is correct. I think the issue I'm having is that when I set the payment cycle to twice monthly, the graph, while fluctuating, goes generally linearly up to the right. So this doesn't seem to be a I think I see this more simply, and maybe I'm wrong. If we calculate that I have X dollars of obligations over the next 6 months, and we divide that by 12, then that's the contribution amount. If we project out the obligations and contributions over a year, there might be a time the graph goes under $0. For example, maybe I have a $1,000 bill in, where are we now, February, let's call it July every year, which means, let's make my maths a bit easier, which means I have to add $100 for that to be covered, $100 a month for that to be covered. But by June, I'll only have 400. Is that right? February, March, April, May, June, approximately. So I need to pre-fund the account by 600. I could do that as a lump sum now, or I could spread that out over the 6 months and 4 months once I have before it falls due. How are we doing? We started a new 5-hour session. 95% towards my weekly usage. For the timeline, total expenses in the window, number of contribution events, even per event amount. For your data, $6,521 over 12 months, divided by 12, so 543 per contribution. The graph trends flat with a sawtooth. Crunch points naturally appear where bigger infrequent bills create dips below zero. Current engine overcomplicates this by doing per obligation cycle counting to the next due date, which breaks when contribution frequency differs from obligation frequency. One question though, does this simpler calculation also replace what's shown in the dashboard header, total contribution required per pay period? Right now it shows the engine's catch-up rate. With your model, it would show 543, the steady even contribution. I would like the header to show the minimum, the contribution required if my fund was already pre-funded. Let's get that working, and then we can do the next step. Let's get that working and then we can do the next step. Yeah. So once we got that, I will then get it to show how much I need to pre-fund my account by. And then once we've done that, I might try and see whether we can get a slider in there to say I want to increase the amount that I'm paying at the moment to reduce the amount of pre-seed. So again, if I need to put $400 in now, or I can put an extra $100 in a month, that $400 comes down. But that's going to be more complicated because it's going to be the addition of if there's multiple obligations. One of them might be you need $400 before within the next 4 months. The other one might be you need $100 within the next 8 months. So that's going to be $25 a month plus $100 a month. So now if I'm doing $125 in, is that towards the first one or the second one? So that gets complicated. The header shows the even rate assuming you're pre-funded. The graph uses the same rate. Crunch points on the graph tell you where you need pre-funding. Let me implement that. Yes, please. You know, part of me wonders what this process would have been like if I just started with a blank page and said, create a login. And then on the dashboard, I want to see, and it puts in like temporary data. I want to see this kind of stuff. Okay, let's create a transaction importing thing. I did it one step at a time. I wonder how that would go. Because one of the things that I feel is that Claude's going to do a lot better if it has a good idea of what the entire project looks like. If it's got a well enough defined spec for it to be able to see the shape of the overall product, both, then it can build something that's shaped like that, where the internals still need a little bit of massaging. And I wonder whether that's better than starting with a circle and then adding a square inside and then attaching a triangle on the outside and then kind of grouping it together with a crescent moon. And it kind of has to work out the new shape every single time. And it goes, well, now that you've added this, I wasn't anticipating that. So I'm going to have to change this thing over here because of the way it talks to the... And we should probably actually do like a worker model instead of... I mean, it did that at one point. We got to a point where... No, it didn't do worker models. We were talking about worker models, but it said that it was using the Node 16 capability, Next 16 capability for running things after, which starts an asynchronous node process that survives the response back from the server back to the browser. If, however, you are able to conceptualize an idea and specify it to yourself well enough, then maybe if you have that architectural understanding already, maybe because you know how software is built, you can tell Claude to build things in a way that it naturally evolves into the right shape. Or maybe I'm just talking rubbish. That's also very possible. So this is looking better. We started at 0, and then we're about to have property management come out of 925, and then it goes up because we get our why does it go up on the 1st of March? Because we get paid. And then it goes up again on the 15th of March, and then it comes down. This is looking much better. We can also see now that we've got a low point of 925. So we need to pre-fund by 925. Next thing I want to do is add an expense that comes out next week, and it's every 2 months. Because then we should already be behind currently. $925 plus 161 is 1086, which is 1086. Half of 1086 is 543 and something. Yeah, so that's looking good. I wonder whether these will disappear if I manage to like precede by 700. Let's move this one back into the default, and I'm going to delete that fund just while we're testing things. And now, if I confirm the balance of this one to be 700, we've got partially funded. This should start at 700 though, surely. Maybe we're not tracking it anymore. We will ask that question. It's always something nice to come see. Now I understand all the failures. Nice. Tests pass. Hooray! Except that one. All int errors and warnings are pre-existing. Okay, fix the pre-existing errors. So this was making changes. I wonder whether I can still get away with this, because that was a while ago. And I probably should have done that. Enter key triggers primary action on modal. Yeah. Pretty sure we've probably clobbered some of those files. Might just be worth committing with this one over here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. We can get out of this one. We can go down to one Claude. Four-and-a-half-hour stream. I think that's probably my longest ever so far. Just gonna do it, eh? I guess. I was still dipping. Oh, it's going to do 3 groups. Well, at least. Lint fixes. Small, no spec change needed. Okie dokie. So, study web and see how the fund projection graph is rendered. I have of monthly obligations. I contribute twice monthly. And the fund has 700 in it. Y is the starting point on the graph. February 26th. Why is it February 26th to start with? So I think I know the answer to that. It's because we're not tracking the balance to be able to show it in the graph, which means we might need to track the balance over time. So because just now I said it's $700, we need to remember in the database that on this day the balance is $700, and from there we can project. Make sure we're in plan mode. Don't want to actually make any changes yet. Although Claude has been pretty good at switching. It's been pretty set on switching to plan mode, even for what I would have thought of a fairly straightforward fixes. This is interesting. A complete understanding. Fun project. There's a React client. There's a timeline. There's how the get handler works. There we go. Balance doesn't start at. Are we? I found both root causes. Let me write the plan. And plan? I haven't even come to you with my thoughts yet. Is that the thing now? I don't get to have an opinion. Or is it just so obvious it's wrong? Fair enough. Time balance doesn't match 700. The timeline uses user current fund balance from the user model, which is only set during onboarding. When the fund group balances are updated via confirm fund balances or the balance API, only the fund group current balance is updated. User current fund balance is never synced. What is user current fund balance even used for? Fix the axis labels. Fix the starting balance derived from fund group sum. Replace a stale user current fund balance with the sum of the fund group current balance. Sure, let's give it a try. I was wondering whether we want to keep a history of it, but we don't see behind. All we need is the latest value, which could be like a week old. Then we can just come in and we can update it. All 4 edits are done. If we refresh, now starts at 700. We dip under. These are partially funded. Oh, some of the... So this is partially funded. No, that's correct. It's just confusing because that's yellow and that's yellow. In the graph, change expense due to green and crunch point or do I change partially funded to red? I mean, it just, they can't both be yellow. That doesn't work. If I now change my balance, there's a $225, there's a shortfall on getting up to the amount. Okay, let's just do the whole thing. And the fund health bar looks to count up to a month's requirements. Let's break this thing. Let's create an obligation that is just wacky, that recurs. It's like $50 and it happens every 2 months, and the next due date is this week, so we don't have the money. And now if we look over here, this is not showing wacky. Wacky is fully funded. Actually, you know what I need to do? I just realized it needs to be impossible to pay. So let's make it $5,000. There we go. No, it doesn't need to be impossible to pay. It just needs to be something I don't have money for right now. It's just come along. It's $500. So the first one comes along, I've got 700. Let's change my fund balance to 200. So now it's under the bar, so what I need to do is that's there and there. Okay, so it's modeling it correctly. So the lowest point is now there. So let's delete that one, put this one in instead. The fund health bar looks to count up to a month's requirements. I think that's actually fine because we're looking at monthly accounts here. And we're looking at, that looks like 6 months, but it's got 4 lines in it. That's just really weird. All right, so the first thing I want to do is 668. 68 is the twice fortnightly, it knows that. The worst case in the graph is going to 1225. So I need to precede the account by that amount. We should calculate this and show that under the total contribution required per pay period value. Which I'm guessing this amount here, 12, 13, $200. I don't know why that's now 1586. Because it's $250 more because every other month we've got this $500 payment. That's cool. But then this amount here should be the health bar says I need to fund $1586.89, which includes the every 2 months 500 obligation by adding 250 to the monthly contribution requirement. But the twice monthly contribution shown at the top is not half of this value. We have a plan. We're going to add a min projection balance engine output. Min projected balance, yep, I like that. Do it. Investigate your contribution calculation issue. So we now have suggested starting balance. So if I set my starting balance to that. So do we need to show, like, because this amount of money, we need this bar to show, like, if you're below comfort and then you're saving up at that point there. Investigating contribution discrepancy. You mentioned the health bar says you need to fund this much, which includes 500 every 2-month obligation, but the twice monthly contribution at the top of the is half of this expected. I meant to say is not half. Let's see what it works out. Hey, I see somebody's joined again. Hope you're doing well. It's almost 2 a.m. where I am in the world. I'm determined to get this project finished before I go to bed tonight. This morning. Hey Carl, what coding language did you learn? Are you wanting to get into it as a hobby or as a job? As a hobby. Do you want to do websites? Do you want to do desktop applications? Do you want to do mobile applications? Do you want to do IoT stuff? Are you more into like machine learning? What kind of stuff do you want to play with? Thought about doing web applications. I have a bit of Python knowledge on the back. Yeah, like if you're going to go into machine learning or even IoT, that kind of stuff, I'd say Python would be good. Python's generally a very good cross-boundary language. You can do a lot of stuff with it. You can write websites with it as well. If you want to get into web applications and you want to try a different language, I would probably recommend TypeScript. Most of the web runs on JavaScript and TypeScript. There's plenty of frameworks out there as well, React and Next and Nuxt and all of those kind of things. So you could have a look at that. And then there's also the .NET side of things, the Microsoft world. I haven't done very much with .NET, but it's C# is a very capable language. You can write web applications, you can write mobile applications, you can do a lot of stuff in C#. So you could have a look at the .NET framework as well. But if you want to get into web applications, I would probably suggest TypeScript. Depending on where in the web application stack you want to be, you can also go and look at things like Go, which can be used for creating WebAssembly components that can be used inside web applications, but are written in different languages. Yeah, I would probably recommend either sticking on the Python track and getting into a bit of web dev on that, but then also building up your skills in it. Or the thing with something like JavaScript or TypeScript or C# is they're all very similar. They're what you call the C-style languages. So they all use the same kind of squirrely braces for opening and closing blocks, whether that's a function or whatever, and semicolons at the end, whereas Python is more layout formatted. You've got your tabs and indenting. You don't have semicolons. So it's a different style of writing. So if you get into something like TypeScript, that'll also set you up for being more familiar with other C-style languages like C#. So I hope that helps. I have a excuse me, I have a question to answer here. Do I want to proceed with adding... Oh, we're sticking stuff in Git already. Sure, why not? Timeline engine is now processing contributions before the expenses. They are that. And we've got now got the yellow dot on the down line, which I was about to ask about. We have something's failing here. You too, Carl. Thanks for dropping by. Stick around if you like, but my music stopped again. That's very frustrating. Alrighty, let's play this playlist. Yeah, so we've got on the upline here, we've got Zell, and then we've got the crunch. So I think what we want to do is I'm going to confirm this one here. Because if I make this value higher again, let's make this 1700, and everything's yellow, but we want the yellow on the downstroke. Let's send this through to production. Where are you from, Carl? And what's it like there at the moment? I'm currently in Midwest. I live just outside of Kansas City in Missouri in the US. And I have 13 hours to complete a hackathon. It's not going to take me that long. I reckon I'm probably an hour away. And then I'm going to go to bed. If I don't go crazy before that. Excuse me. Something went wrong. There we go. The dots are now on the down side. Come on. Dots are on the down. Contribution is marked in there. We've got small dots at the top so we can see contribution there. This is cute. Okay. Starting to like this. So those are the payments coming in. I mean yeah, I guess both. The confirm balance button disappears when I have a fully funded account. It needs to always be there. I can't believe I typed that correctly, unless there's some kind of autocorrect in here. I don't see one. Doesn't mean there isn't one. Chart test expects 3 reference dots, 2 expense and 1 crunch, but now there's also contribution dots. Yeah. That's our 0 baseline. We have way too much money now. There we go. Buttons come back in. If I make that 700 again, now we've got some in the red. So the next thing I want to do is we need to make sure if I fully fund this, I'm this much short. In fact, I can just put in, this is the amount we want to fund it to. Yes. So it looks like I'm 668. If I fund this, if I set the current balance to this, then we're under. If I set it to 1,000, then we're over on everything. Why do I never go into the red? Ah. Even though I'm $1,000 funded in a fund that needs 1336 a month. And 668 a paycheck. Because I get a paycheck at that point. No, it still doesn't make sense. I don't know why I'm 75% funded, but I'm never going to run out of money. It's actually why I designed a steady state contribution model, but I understand the confusion. Let me explain. The timeline projection calculates contributions as total expenses and number of cycles, meaning it sets the first cycle contribution to exactly cover all expenses in the window. The balance oscillates but never hits zero. 336 shortfall is a different metric. It compares your current balance to a fund reserve, saying you're 336 short of your ideal reserve cushion, not your cash flow will go negative. So the graph and shortfall are measuring different things. I feel like we need 2 bar charts. One to show how pre-funded we are, the buffer required for long-term actually, let's do that. Let's create an obligation, and this is car rego. It's recurring, it's every year. The next one's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 months away, and it's $1,000. We're going to delete wacky. I'm going to delete all of these. We just want so we've got this that comes out. Let's just do that by itself. And if we can confirm the fund balance is 0. Okay, here's a simple example. Annual car rego of $1,000 goes out in 4 months. We need to save $50 per twice per month, but will be short when the first bill comes. So we need to precede. What do we go down to? I don't know why the projected balance is that. The balance is 500. That's 800 and we're adding 83 a month for some reason. Because 83, no, that's not going to work. So we need to precede, well, if it's 4 months, $100, and if we're putting in $50 twice a month, that's 100. Oh, we need different numbers, because that would actually work. Let's make this Here's a simple example. Annual car rego of $2,000. So it's expensive car rego, but we'll go with it. It goes out in 4 months. We need to save yeah, the other one would have worked. You save $100 twice per month. All right, let's make it $1,200. Dashboard. There we go. I think my brain wasn't happy. $1,200 goes out in 4 months. We need to save $50 per pay period. That's correct. But we'll be short when the first bill comes. So we need to precede. At this point here, we will be down. So we'll have saved in 4 months' time. We'll need to precede 400. We see that in the hero. The sinking fund has a target of 100, which is monthly, which is correct. If I precede 400, let's do that. Paste that one in, yep. I'm now fully funded at 400%. I feel like we need 2 bar charts. One for the pre-funding required to set us up, and one for the monthly or per pay period contributions. I should see that my fund is seeded to 100%, $400, and contribution is $0, but I need to get that up to 100 for the month. If I set the balance to 450, then the seed is 100% and the contribution is 50%. Make sense? We could make this a stacked horizontal bar chart. So it's one line with yellow for the seed and green for the monthly contributions. Does that make visual sense? From a human perspective, not that you have one, how else could we depict this? Current health bar calculates two fundamentally different things: the pre-seed timing buffer and contribution reserve. Total target 400, 500. The current bar showing 400 out of it is a meaningless noise. Stacked horizontal bar is a good idea. Yellow for the seed, green for the ongoing reserve. Few alternatives: a single bar with a threshold marker, one bar from 0 to 500 with a vertical tick at the 400 mark, marking the seed threshold. Below 400, the fill is yellow amber. Above 400, it switches to green. I think I like that one more. Two stacked rows rather than one stacked bar. Single bar threshold. The threshold is most elegant. Yep. The following month, it would probably move up to the this much is already allocated. In fact, that's an interesting way of thinking of it. This has been allocated for the future. And now you need to add up for your monthly. Yeah. One bar showing total fund balances versus total target. Clean since pre-seed is a whole fund metric. Per fund group bars, keep one bar per fund group. I prefer that. See, the threshold would be approximated proportionally. More granular, but less accurate. each fund can calculate where the tick would be for its projection. So we should be able to still do one per fund and keep it accurate. Each fund has its own balance, so it doesn't make sense to aggregate them. Unless I'm going crazy. Should the new threshold bar replace the shortfall text? Should the new threshold bar replace the shortfall text and pre-seed text in the hero card, since the bar now communicates both visually? Remove the suggested starting balance and shortfall across all fund text. The bar conveys this. Keep the red shortfall text above the bar. We don't need that. Keep both text rows and remove the pre-seed text. We can remove the suggested starting balance and the shortfall. Yeah. Also, a tick mark indicates something like this is stuff we already allocated. You can't drop below here. And to the right is progress towards the monthly goal. Feel like we might be compacting. Apparently we're grooving though, so that's okay. Good insight. The tick mark moves naturally. The pre-seed comes from the timeline projection's minimum balance trough, which is recalculated with now on every page load. As you get closer to the big bill, fewer contributions accumulate before it hits, so the pre-seed and tick increases. Right after paying, it shrinks because you have more cycles to build up. Now let me design the implementation. I need to understand how per fund group pre-seeds would be computed. You do that. Sounds good. Let's go ahead with that. Okay. Got a tick mark here. Let's add $200. Close to the 900. but I only need to fund 400 to be in the black. Current data should be at 400, and then the monthly 100 need to save makes the bar 500 when full. If I make that 800, that's still not full. 850. 401. The equivalent in the dashboard page returns a full lump sum for one-off and custom obligations. Replacing monthly required. Returns full lump sum. Ah. Those obligations funding needs are already captured by the pre-seed. They shouldn't also go. Okay, 5 plus 400. That makes sense. So let me change this down to 400. It feels like another compaction coming up. If it isn't already. Well, let's redraw on something, but line is closer to the side now. Just gotta change that 900 value for 500. Took your time. We just started. Problem with the pre-seed calculation. Projected from 0 to produce a much deeper trough than expected because contribution rates halves when the window doubles. What you talking about? There we go. So I make it 400. We're in the green. And if I get up to 500, then I'm fully funded. So let's add in this monthly fee. Hulu, Toyota, Spotify, insurance. Anything that's a fixed value except breakfast. Why did it accept that? Now I've got a regular baseline. There we go. So now I can edit this, and it's due roughly every month for around about $6.17. Or we can delete that. So now we see our dashboard, and we need to top up slightly. This is looking good. Now, what I would like is, can we get a text label under the tick mark wherever it ends up with the dollar amount it represents. When if the tick, no, I don't care. So, can I still get to settings? Nope. Oh, that's just because health bar needs to be saved. Let's add another fund. We're going to call this one house and car. And in obligations, we can go, this one is car, this one is car, and then this one is car. Don't really need car retro anymore. And then we've got we've probably deleted it, but there was a, what was it called? It's 925 though, wasn't it? There we go. So this one here, 925 on the first. So let's add this one, recurring 925 on the first of 2026, and this is going to go into house. So we've got a house one, we've got a default sinking funnel, we've got car, and now we've got 3 different ones of these. So we can fund this one to 15, 462, and 210. And now that should be on the money. So let's make this one 211 and 463. They're all green now. All right, tiny little cleanup thing now. I would like this to be committed, but I feel like upcoming obligations do we have anything else in here? We do want this one. That should be a fairly simple fix. I also want to know how we're using max contribution, and this is the update one. So if I come in here and I delete my account and we sign up, we do upload statements. Are we done? Let's browse, select all of those, processing, next. Okay. What's happening here? That's still working. Here's how max contribution cycle is used. Nullable float engine. It's a cap when the sum of all calculated per cycle contributions exceed this value. The engine switches to a prioritization mode. It sorts obligations by due date. Obligations that don't fit. It answers, I can only put X dollars towards my fund per cycle, and the engine uses it to cap total contributions and prioritize which obligations get funded first. That doesn't really make sense. Do you still need that? Depends on whether users are actually setting a contribution cap. If your income sources already implicitly define what's available, you're not using a cap, then it's dead weight. If it's easy enough, let's remove it. This one here, we're going to commit this change. So that's this one done. Working on that one. Is it worth asking for a contribution? No, that was this one. Was, is it worth asking contribution? How are we using max contribution? Is it worth asking contribution cycle during onboarding? Can you auto-detect during onboarding? Yes. Manual path? Also yes. Skip path? My recommendation, rather than removing the question, pre-select it based on available data and let the user confirm or override. If onboarding, we don't have any data yet. What are you doing? You're not doing anything anymore. You're committed. This is still planning. Let's go ahead and remove this. I've complicated that. For the upload path, accept a suggestion to do persist, but for manual and skip paths, there's nothing in the database yet. The real question is simpler. Can you just skip the contribution cycle question entirely and let auto-detect handle it later? Yes. Fall back to monthly initially. Auto-resolve to correct style as soon as the user adds income sources. Is it worth removing onboarding? Keep the flow lean. Want me to do it? Yes. Let's do that. And that. How are you doing? I just want to do something on this page here. Which I can't see yet. I want to restructure the dashboard ever so slightly. Oh, hello. How are you? Ahmad Jahami? Nice to meet you. I'm doing okay. It's 3 AM where I am. I'm getting a little tired, but I really want to finish this. I'm actually really close now. I'm writing a sinking fund budget tracker, which helps you make sure that when you know what bills are coming up in your future, that you can be in a position where you can plan to never be out of money. And then anything else is just yours to spend on whatever. So you never get stuck. Never. Most of the time. You don't plan, you plan to never get stuck. Whatever. Words, what are words? At this time of the morning, I'm not sure. Part of me thinks I need to stick some thrash metal on just to wake me up. Same plan mode over here. We can just get it to put a plan together. Low effort. It's got to change a couple of files maybe. Over here we're just removing anything that says max contribution. I wonder if the PDF's finished parsing before the site crashed. What are you planning? So we changed the fund setup page to remove these things. We change fund setup module to remove a new CSS, and we verify, which probably isn't touched here at all. Engines onboarding fund setup. Yeah, it is. We did make a change there. Let's not clobber things, just to be on the safe side. I'll wait for this one to finish. Oh, still got a few things to go. Yeah, how are we doing up here? 98%. It's creeping up there. It's creeping up slowly, but it's going to bite me. I apparently have fast mode on already. I was just checking out another browser in case I leaked information, but somehow I have it on. I don't remember turning it on. But that would explain why my token usage has been higher than usual, because I have fast mode enabled, and I must also have excess usage. The limits, maybe? So I am. There we go. And my music stopped again as well. It really is a hint. I think I'm pretty close to finished. Are we ready? Let's try this. Did we get any errors? We didn't get errors. Let's create an account. Email already registered. All right. So let's skip. We'll finish. Now we will delete, just to make sure there was nothing in there. And now we'll sign up. All right, so now let's upload some statements. And this time we're going to use Elton's PDFs, CSVs. And then, probably don't need to show all of those. Yeah. Clear, not over there. During onboarding, when importing transactions, if they finish before I click next, then I get a list of all, that's the suggestions. I should just see the files processed list with ticks and then still get the next button. But the CSV is so much faster than the PDF. It's amazing. All right, let's do that again. Such an itchy nose. That looks like it'll do it. Stops fetching the suggestions. It just does its stuff and then stops. So I now upload the CSVs, get processed real fast, still get next, in we go. Current fund balance is 0, which is, this person uses pounds. Alright, so let's say we already have the salary, which was this much, on the 24th. Of the month, and the subject or the description is that every month add income source. So now actually what we probably wanted to do, because the salary is in here already, if I accept it again, it's going to create it twice. It does, but let's delete the account and then we'll sign up. And we'll skip that. The first thing we'll do is we'll add an income of this amount on the 24th every month. And now let's go to got the one income, transactions, import CSVs. Is it going to didn't find it detected the salary and didn't add it again. Cool. I think that's pretty cool. So now let's accept some things. So he donates to Red Cross, transfer to savings account, gym, direct debit, direct debit, direct debit, the Times Digital, Amazon, direct debit, another one, direct debit, standing order. Let's drink some stuff, coffee, dry cleaning is probably not, energy, food, probably food, cutting hair. It's always $38, but it's irregular. It's roughly every 2 months. So let's accept this one, which should create it. Barbers. It's an irregular baseline, but it has calculated that it is every 1 month. Interesting. It's tricky with the irregulars because it has to work out roughly how often it is based on having no real rules. No coffee, no food, ATM food. Weird. Transport for London. Let's say no to these. That's actually buying from them, not subscribing to them. I think it's been pretty accurate suggestions. And now if we go to the dashboard, we see the balance here. Total contribution required per month is that amount. And based on where the balance currently is, we're only going to get some small amounts come out. It's the standing order here for the rent that's really a killer. But the lowest value is 60.58. I'm not sure what that says. I think it says 58. Now I can make it bigger. 68. So if I put in 68, then now everything's fully, except for the standing order, which apparently it reckons is going to be, I don't trust these here. But let's now fully fund it. So now you can see we're always going to have enough money, and the balance will come up and down, but as long as we keep adding. Interesting. Still says it's 100%. I'll put this in. Still 97%. Ah, it's odd. So the last thing that I wanted to check was there's no more suggestions. If the suggestions is missing, what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of making the hero 1 bar wider. Let's make the hero as wide as the fund projection card. Actually, we've made some changes here, so let's commit this. That was the onboarding uploading, which worked. And then this can go away. Let's make the hero card the same width as the fund projection card. Then let's combine the suggestions and upcoming obligations into one card that spans both the hero card and fund projection card vertically. Just kind of neaten this up a little bit. It's got a bit of a weird thing going on. Let's just drop this down. Partially funded. What defines the fully funded, partially funded, or unfunded? Labels in the upcoming obligations. It appears that they don't. Let's just find out. In fact, we can ask Claude things without it breaking. Let's put it into, as in editing multiple files, the same file at the same time. Fund group current balance is greater than the obligation amount. But if the current balance won't cover it, but a projected contribution will, then it will be funded. Maybe we leave these labels off. We can see underfunding in the chart. Dark mode and responsive sessions. Do we have a light mode? We do. Ah, there we go. That's not quite what I wanted. I wonder if it's still going. I'm expecting this, upcoming obligations and suggestions, come up right. There's restructuring the page. There we go. Ah, no. And technically they are now the same size. This one should be narrower. It's my bad for not specifying well enough. Hero and chart cards should still be on the left and be about 2/3 of the width. And then suggestions and upcoming obligation should be on the right and about 1/3 of the width. That should just be a CSS and maybe a mild JSX change just to swap the location of things. Shouldn't take long. Nope. There we go. Hit that and we'll make the change to get rid of these thingies. My vocabulary is definitely disappearing this time of night. That was an all-in-one commit, and now I can do this one. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Limit the number of upcoming obligations to about 8. That doesn't make any sense anymore because now this doesn't. Can we show 8 and page left and right with buttons? That doesn't make sense. Remove the 8 limit again. It doesn't make sense with the day count selector. Default to 15 days though. There we go. Now, one thing I want to do is I want to get the chord orange. And let us grab the color. Do we have a color here somewhere? Change this and we'll pick that color out there. And I want to say here's the color as a subtle highlight, maybe active menu, AI button in corner, selected options like 6, 9, 12 months. 6 months, 9 months, 12 months on chart, 15 day, 30, 45, 90. On upcoming obligations. Primary buttons. Headings. It's a potentially silly little thing, but if I can get the people who are looking at this to like the color scheme, I also want to log out. On log out, redirect to home. 99. You know what? I'm just going to do that one myself. Log out button, pushes to log in. Calls the API logout and then just push to go. There we go. And now what I want to do what you up to? Don't know how we're going to go with this last percent of session for the week. It resets 2 hours before I have to submit. So I can always do some more then if I need to. But what I want to do is make a nice little landing page now that it knows everything that it can do. Nice. Looking good. So let's take a screenshot of the dashboard. Let's put a bit more money in this bank account. We will get that there, and then we'll also do one version in light. And now what I would like to do is save this to projects, budget tracker, web, assets. Do we have an assets? We have a public. In public we have this, so this will be dashboard light. And this one will be dashboard dark. Now let's see what we can do with our last remaining 1%. You're still working. I have 2 screenshots of the dashboard. Dashboard dark and dashboard light for dark and light mode on light mode. Create, update. Knowing everything about this product, create a compelling landing page for the homepage that gets people to sign up, shows them what to expect, and uses the screenshot Wow, the logout test. I forgot to fix the logout test. Don't think it's logging. Probably not. What changed? Let's commit. And we should be able to find in tests. We stored alongside. It's probably going to be in location path name 2B redirect. Oh, okay, I might just redirects unauthenticated requests to protected route. Preserves intent, allows authenticated, redirects when session cookie has an invalid token. Redirects session secret not set. I want this for logout. Allows login. In tests. Reset password. Rents link back to login. Yeah. I don't see a renders a link to the login page. Is there a logout test somewhere? Regular tests. Logout test. And in here, do we have login? We don't. Maybe I can see in the test which one failed. Wait, test. I could just run the tests, I guess. Redirects unauthenticated requests to redirect session because he has invalid. Got main tests. Link to login. Reset password is linked to login. This one here is back to login. This one here is back to login. So I don't know where the test for the button is. Anyway, let's do that, because that's what I want to spend my last 1% of my weekly models on. Meanwhile here, I want to just, I don't want to spend time compacting and then learning stuff again. That's a waste of time. I just got a sound from some app. I didn't recognize it. Over here, I'm going to run the tests and see what fails. Handles end of month clamping. Interesting. Logout button. This file here. Logout button calls API, renders a logout button, so that should go to home after calling logout. Yes. What's failing with clamping here? Payday is 1530, February has 28 days, so day 30 clamps to 28, from February 1st to March 1st, February 15th and February 28th cycles. Count cycles between 2nd of Feb and wouldn't that be 28? Paydays 1530. Reverse, that's 2 cycles. Oh, so count the number of cycles. Sounds like counts the number of contribution cycles between start and due date. So you go start and due date, the cycle type, and get paydays. I heard a ding. My brain's too tired to think about this. It's 4 AM. I think I'm probably going to call it a night, leave this to run, see what happens. Let's put this into accept edits. In fact, what I might do is just wait a second for this to come up with a plan, and then I'll restart this in Happy so I can get onto it on my phone and then put it in YOLO mode, and it can just we'll commit that and add test for new logout button destination. Do that another day. Well, today, but later. I was just going to implement it. Maybe I'll stick around and see what it makes. Whoa. I assume you're going to do some styling. Everything you need to stay ahead of your bills. Smart fund calculations, bank statement import, natural language control, projections and what ifs. How it works. Ready to stop worrying about bills? And there's a CSS file. Nice. Now I'm going to do is commit, but then I'm also going to run a security review. I fully expect to find it. Wanted to crop the dark screenshot to match. Do that another time. So let's update landing page. So now what I want to do is let's start this in Happy, which means I can then access it from my phone, which means I can put it in YOLO mode. I want to use this API key. No, thank you. Happy budget tracker and it's security dash review. Let's see if I can start that from here. Security dash review. It's not a built-in because Happy overrides the slashy things. So I'm just going to type in run space security slash review, like whatever, like that. And let's see what happens. I'll put it into YOLO mode. Go. Is it going to do it? I don't see security review available in the skills list. Only what is that? Would you like me to perform a security review? Well, the other option that I can do is from here. So I'll say no thanks. And then I can do a security review that way. And then I can just type in yes, enter, which is now taken over in this session. All right. Oh, hey there. Somebody's just joined. Inshal the vlogger. It's always fun trying to work out where the spaces come. Hi, Inshal. What am I explaining? You're new here. From Pakistan. Welcome. I was working on the. I'm very quickly going to tell you because I'm actually about to knock off. But I've been working on an Anthropic hackathon, which is due in like 11 hours. I've just gotten the front page together, and the idea is you can create an account, log in, and in here you can go through and you can define your income, define your obligations, which are all of your regular outgoings. So things like your mobile phone, gym membership, if you subscribe to a newspaper, that kind of thing. I created some dummy data, which we imported via this import mechanism, which then has a look at everything and comes up with a whole lot of suggestions. There aren't any new suggestions, but it looks at your transaction list to come up with suggestions, and then comes up with this board that shows you how your money's coming in and out. And it says if you, based on this London rich person's example that I created, if you put in $2,300 pounds into an account every month, then no matter what comes up in the future, you'll always have enough money. And then anything that's left over, you can spend on what you want. So yeah, it's a budgeting technique that I've been using for a while, but I've been using a spreadsheet. And I thought, given that Anthropic were doing the hackathon, I thought it would be great to be able to pull in, like I even created sample PDFs from a fake bank. And if you can pull in all of your PDFs from your bank statements, and then it can tell you here's what your average monthly fixed outgoings are, then you can always have enough money in the bank. That's the theory. Anyway, I have just started a security review. So Claude Code has a /security review command, which I've just started, and I should be able to watch that on my screen if I wasn't asleep. But hopefully I've also got like 1% of my weekly models available, which resets tomorrow, later today. So I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that this security review finishes. I'm going to wake up tomorrow at some point and fix any major issues. Actually, I will just sync this. So it'll get deployed. And then I need to make a 3-minute video and submit. But I'm going to do that after I've had some sleep, after I've had a coffee. So thank you for joining, even though it was right at the end, and I'm sorry I'm going to be around for longer. But I hope you have a great day. Hope everybody else has a great day.